Good morning, my little couch potatoes. Welcome to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for some dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. That's right. This is Couch Court with Llama. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Look at that. Remembered it again, even though I'm not going to have to do that soon. It'll just be in our intro from now on, and I don't have to say that every morning, which would be great. Oh, good morning, 80s music man. Good morning. Hope you're having a good one. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning, bestie. So happy to have you here. Dope meditations. Nice to see you again. Nice graphics work. Thank you. I will let the lovely Amos know that. She made that for us, which is super nice. Sorry, my mic is being all roly-poly for some reason. Elwoofy, but we like to hear you say it. Well, it'll still be in my voice. It'll still be in my voice. But I think I need to start saving my words. Because yesterday, oh boy, I think I said all the words that exist. I'm pretty sure I had to say yesterday. Good morning, Amos. Good morning. Did you see that comment about nice graphics work? That's for you, girl. Oh my goodness, you guys. So today, it's day 22 of the Karen retrial. And it's going to be a doozy, I think. I think so. We have Dr. Welcher still on the stand from the guy from Aperture, the accident reconstruction guy, who I thought about a lot last night. And just why do they keep leaving certain things out? I don't understand it. Also, they're trying to say, well, Brennan said outside of the jury yesterday, they were arguing sideswipe, right? Well, they were arguing about the guy not being able to say his opinion on whether or not a collision occurred. But he also kept saying the word sideswiped, and it didn't feel to me in his weird cosplay reenactment he did with the Lexus, it didn't look like he was even testing a sideswipe. Like, I don't know, maybe we just have different definitions of what sideswipe is here. But I'm like, I don't feel like that's what really happened. Anyway, unless he's going to be crossing him today, and I can't wait. Can't wait, because I have no idea what's really going on. That guy was boring. And also, I don't know. Something about me, I just don't get a good vibe from him. I think probably because of Burgess. You know, that'll show you. One person works for you, and then it can ruin the whole company. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. Welcome in, everybody. Make room on the couch. Get all comfy. Let's go. We have a jam-packed day for you guys today, too. Oh my gosh, it's going to be such a long day. We have Couch Court with Llama. It's going to be a two-parter today because during the court break, the lovely Terry True Crime, we're going to redirect you to her show, Midday Missing. Don't worry, it'll be during lunch. You will not miss a single second of court. I promise. We've been doing it for a few weeks now, and we have yet to miss anything. But we'll watch that during the court lunch break, so I can get a little break myself. And then we'll be back for the afternoon session. After that, I'll be recording Diddy After Dark. A new one dropped last night. So then I had to do that. Then I got to work in dinner and a shower. And then here again on this channel, 8 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have our members only, me and Terry. And I hear it's going to be an amazing time. So if you're not a member, become one. We have different tiers, maybe, or you can turn on your gifts. How do we do that? I forget. You click the join button, and then there's like 3 little dots, and you click that, and it's like gift membership settings, whatever. You turn that on because we have a very generous chat that likes to pass out memberships. But that'll be tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. I think it'll be a good time. Angie says, Welcher wrote a peer-reviewed paper on sideswipes. Maybe why? Could be. I've noticed that the prosecution has tried to use the word sideswipe numerous times, and I don't feel like how they set it up in the reenactment, if you will, was really a sideswipe. Plus, he ran into the car. They have the stationary car. He runs into this car very lightly. I'm like, oh. But the car is supposed to be going 24 miles an hour. It was something. It was something. Good morning, Teresia. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. We got people taking their claim on the couch. That's right. Just put exclamation point couch. And then look what our lovely Nightbot does. Oh, Angie just claimed her seat on the couch. I love that. It's the little things. It's the little things. And Amos is lurking. That's right. You press exclamation point lurk. And you're part of the lurk squad. Because we love our lurkers too. We have a wonderful group of chatters, great group of lurkers, replay crew. Appreciate you guys, especially for leaving comments after you watched it. Really helps the video and the algorithm and all those things. All those things. Okay. I barely had any coffee today. I was like, oh, I'll sleep in today since court doesn't start till 10. By the way, court doesn't start till 10 Eastern. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'll get out of bed and do this. Should have started later. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was up late last night. We've been watching the show Silo. We got to season 2 last night, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't know what's going to happen next. No spoilers. No spoilers. But yeah, Elvie and I were watching that last night. Well, after I got done recording, I was like, I'm not saying a word until I get on tomorrow. Oh, goodness. And thank you, chat. We had so much fun yesterday. You know, trials can be boring, or they can also be hard to listen to, both emotionally and just because it's boring. And, you know, here we do take things seriously when it's time to be serious. You know, I certainly don't mean any disrespect when we decide to have fun and have a good time. But we're still going to have fun and have a good time because that's just who I am as a person. Like anybody that knows me, Llama can be serious when she needs to be, but more often than not, she likes to be fun and silly and cause some shenanigans. And so I really appreciate the day we hung out yesterday. Good time. We played a caption. You know, we took pictures from the trial and played a little caption this. You know, so that was a good time. We're trying to come up with more things for us to do during the downtime because yesterday was a real eye-opener. I think they had court for like a total of 3 hours or something yesterday, maybe 4 hours. It's elbow feet making noise. It's just like, sorry, I forgot. He is still enjoying his vacation. He goes back to work tomorrow, but he is here today. He's like, yesterday, he was like, are you done so I can finally come out of the bedroom? He's like, I've been locked away. Oh. Anywho. Okay, I'll read that. I'll read that in a little bit. That's a long wall of text over there that I can't focus on. Anywho, so what do you guys think? How are you taking Dr. Welcher's testimony thus far? Here are some of my problems with it. Is one, I have a problem with the Reconstruction because 2 things. One, he's both using a lot of his data from Burgess, which I don't know how I feel about that. And 2, he got pretty much all of the evidence, and some of it I don't think really he'd even needed to do. And I just thought that was kind of weird. He is an expert, so experts do tend to get more stuff, but I don't know. I just like, why does he need Karen's interviews? Why? I don't understand. But so then he collects this data from Burgess and from Whiffen, who both of them have no credibility in my eyes. Whiffen, because he tried to tell us about how the battery was cold and ran an experiment that doesn't even qualify as an experiment. He used his own programming that hasn't been peer reviewed. So basically, for me and my, opinion, didn't really care for him all that much. And then we got, oh, look, hi, ladies. Hi down there. I got some helpers for me in the back end, just greeting them, saying hi. And then Burgess, who, I mean, that guy, what a hot freaking mess that guy was. Dumpster fire. Oh, I think she's joining me this morning. Hold on to your butts, everybody. Oh, she's getting ready. But yeah, there she is. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning. You're on mute. That's okay. You just gotta click the microphone. Babe, you're on mute. Can you hear me? Oh, I can't unmute your mic. You have to do it yourself. Like on StreamYard, babe. Oh, that's weird. Oh, there you are. It's unmuted. But now you're frozen. We broke Buffy, you guys. We broke Buffy. I don't know what happened to her there. She'll be back in, I'm sure. Anyway, the last minute change at Brennan's request is sus. Yeah, so something had to be taken away from the slideshow. And the guy like testified a whole bunch of times, he said, but he would also say things like, oh, the blood that was there, or the, he should know better. He should know better by now. Good morning, Nikki G. Good morning, babe.
Okay.
There you are. Yes, there you are. Good morning.
I have questions.
Good morning, Amber. Sure.
What was that?
What was what?
That whole testimony yesterday.
Oh, yes, because you were out for the afternoon. You didn't get to watch it in real time with us. That's right.
No, I did not.
Oh, boy. What did you think? Everyone knows my thoughts.
I have so many thoughts. I don't understand how he could say that he didn't know. And I'm sorry if you can hear my child in the back.
We can, but that's okay. He's a cutie.
How he didn't know, like how to. Okay, he did say, "Well, we just didn't know because we didn't know where he landed. Like we didn't have all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Like there were some things that he didn't have." But I don't understand if he got all the testimony, like from Jen McCabe,
mm-hmm.
and he got he got, like you said, they gave him all the interviews, they gave him all the statements and stuff like that because experts get more stuff. He should have been able to go off of that to at least get a relative proximity to reconstruct it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very confused about how he couldn't get that, like how he couldn't at least. Or he didn't want to, because then it would have taken their.
I mean, we're not math experts. We are the worst at math. I mean, I'm not good at it. I don't even pretend to be. But I feel like there was some sort of math. I mean, they've done all this crazy time math. There's not a formula we can do from like where his body was found. I know we don't know the exact position it was in, but like it's pretty okay. He was here in front of the flagpole. We know the vehicle was going 24 miles an hour in reverse. I feel like there's some math there that could be done. But I don't know. I don't know. It just sounds like a math problem you would see in school, and I don't understand. And then he also was like, oh, the slightest bit of change in his body could change exactly what happened being hit by a car. So he was like, I don't know. It could be anything. We don't know. And I was like, why are you even here? It seems like you're just guessing,
But I watched him like take his arm and put it in a place. Mm-hmm. And that seemed like he was looking for a desired outcome. I guess that's what it looked like to me. Now, also, I am coming in it with my own bias, obviously. So sure. I'm going to see it kind of the way like I see it. Because I'm trying to be like, I want to say I'm trying to say, prove it to me, but maybe I'm like looking at it, trying to disprove it. Because I don't, you walked into it and like did that motion.
Yeah, very slowly.
And then he backed it up into him.
Good morning, Broken Baker. Good morning. One of our other YouTube creative friends. If you guys don't know who the Broken Baker is, he's a fantastic channel. He covers trials too. Be sure to go over to him and like and subscribe as well. He's pretty great. So
I'm always fangirling when he's in the chat.
You are. It's fine. Everybody does fangirl. Just to let you know, Broken Baker. It's a thing. Okay. Let's talk about trigger events. Why we keep talking about these damn trigger events, the 3-point turn, and then the backup one in front of Fairview. Yet, I've yet to see anything data-wise that says there was a trigger event when she backed into John's car. When there was a 3-point turn done to put her car on the tow when they towed it away. And nobody said anything about those being trigger events. And I'm like, why would you not, though, if that's the case, right? It would solidify to me more that this 3-point turn and other trigger event would make more sense. But they haven't brought that up. And I think that's weird, too. And why is there no impact data? I don't understand.
And I just don't see how you hit something 200 pounds and there's not something registered in your car. My car freaks out when I get too close to the trash can at the end of the driveway. Like, my car sends all the alerts to my infotainment system. I mean, my seat vibrates, lights go off on the dash, on the rear view mirror, on the infotainment system. Like, is there not a computer that logs that? I mean, I feel like that's something like an accident reconstructionist, like your insurance company. If you hit somebody, they're going to be like, we want to see that. Did you get alerted? Did you turn off your settings? Yeah. And if you had your settings turned off, I feel like the prosecution would have brought that in and said, look, she turned off her safety settings. That's why she didn't know. And she backed right into it.
That's a good point. She's driving a nice ass car. So
that's why I'm saying my car is older than her car. My car is a 2020. Hers is a 2022. And she has a luxury vehicle. I have a Buick. Like, it's it's not like, I feel like hers would have and mine's got a lot of fancy crap in it, but she's driving a Lexus. I knew her.
Yeah. I don't understand why it wouldn't either. And I mean, does it just not collect the data? I don't.
So why wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be information that I feel? I mean,
the most important one for insurance purposes, one would think. But maybe that's the reason it's not.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a tech expert.
Yeah, because there was the Okay, I am also so confused about the cars outside of the house. All right, we know that Higgins' Jeep was parked at the mailbox, yet he got there before Karen, if I remember right, on the list of like who shows up when. So his Jeep would have had to have been at the mailbox, yet everyone's like, oh no, I saw her right there. Okay. But then you have the kids in the truck that pull up right behind Karen. And so I'm also confused about the layout of whose vehicles was where outside, because everything about this has to be hard for some reason. And again, 86 feet in reverse at 24 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That seems but then, okay, if we're like, that doesn't sound realistic, then I would think everything else would be realistic then. So I don't see how somebody goes in reverse 24 miles an hour in the snow.
And maintains somewhat control of the vehicle. I mean, clearly, if they're saying she hit him, she didn't maintain control. But how do you not like swerve up onto the lawn? Like, you can't go. How do you go straight back in the snow?
It's not a very wide road either. Like, even if you were doing like a U-turn, I don't understand that.
I have a lot of questions that I hope Alessi answers for me, or clears up. That clearly Brennan didn't, and I'm sure that was by design.
Yeah. First trial, they tried to say she turned it off. Oh, interesting.
Okay. But why wouldn't it have been brought up in this one? I feel like that would have been a huge point. Like, one of the first thing I'd have brought up with this witness is, were there any safety features? Were they activated?
That's true. They have to deal with the key cycle issue. Trooper Paul is 164. It is questionable that 1162 is that night. Something that is putting the car on the tow truck. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this place anymore.
1162-2. That was the 3-point turn, though. Right?
No, I think it was 1. For this guy, I think it was -1 was the 3-point turn, and then -2 was the backing. And
see, that's all these numbers. That's what confused me in the last trial, going through the key cycles. Was like, clarify this for me, because it is so bad.
Yeah, it's not great. Maybe this guy's doing it for some people. For me, not so much. Again, like I feel like there's some information that has to be around that they're not using. There just has to be, right? I mean, maybe not. Maybe the data is not as great in cars as we think, or with phones. But so far, we've been told a lot that the data matters in how you interpret it. And it turns out people can interpret it all sorts of crazy.
But they're just using text stream data. They're not using the actual black box data, right? The actual car movement.
Right. Why? Maybe they've said, and I haven't paid attention.
I don't know. I'm confused.
Oh, but maybe her wheels are spinning in the snow. See, so there's not, for those that are not living in the snow parts of the world. Yeah. So there was a little bit of snow. There's like this much snow on the ground during these first 3 hours. It was barely anything, but it would be a little slick out there. So that's a good, I guess it could do that. Especially if you get stuck, but I don't know. It's a good question or a good thought.
I thought they did say her wheels were spinning.
Oh, I think they did at the 3-point turn one.
Mm-hmm.
I think they mentioned something about a spin, but they didn't for the second one. Now that you say that, I don't know. Yesterday was so frustrating.
And even going back and watching it like a few times and trying to I went back 3 hours and a whole like 21 minutes of testimony that seemed to last all day somehow.
Mm-hmm.
His slides confused me. The way he was explaining stuff confused me. Maybe I'm just dumb, which is possible because tech stuff confuses me out the box anyway. So like I need someone to like talk to me like I hate to say it, like I'm 5, like explain it to me. And I assume that there are people in the jury like me who like don't understand that stuff. I don't understand.
I'm sure.
Don't know what all that means. They should, like, he didn't do a really good job of simplifying it for me.
I still want to write a letter to Aperture about their shitty slides. Why are we using red and blue on a black background? Why? Who's doing this?
There was too much going on the slides for me. Like I'm even trying to zoom in, like, and of course I'm like trying to watch it while I'm like, stop, zoom. I'm sure it was easier for the jury to see because they're in the room. But for me, it was like, what is this? What?
Yeah. And then how do they account for John's steps that happen right after this incident? If I remember right, it's what, 12:32 when they're saying he got hit. Are the steps after that or are they right before? Oh, I don't remember.
And if you don't remember,
I mean, yeah. I hope that, and I have not went back to watch ARCA from the first trial yet. And so I'm very curious to see how they present things. Because they have the same information that this guy does, right? I'm assuming so.
They had what the federal government gave them, I believe. They couldn't really give them anything because they were doing the investigation. So they were very limited on what they could and what they received. Like,
oh, okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
And that was one of the things that even Lally brought up on Cross was like, you didn't get this. You didn't touch the Lexus because Arca didn't touch the Lexus. That's why they made a big deal about it. That's why this witness, the new Aperture witness, made a big deal of, I got on top of it. I got under it. I got in it.
Okay,
I became one with the vehicle.
Pretty much. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
Because they're going to really like hammer home, I feel like, with Arca. It's like, you didn't even see this vehicle. You didn't touch it. You didn't look at it. You just saw pictures.
Right. Cindy says, how about the witnesses who saw Karen alone in the car in front of the house? Where was John then? That's right. The truck full of those kids, you know, said that they only saw her in the car. Well, Ryan, I think, is the one specific. I don't remember what Maxon said to the girl, but I know Ryan did say that. And I found him to be credible. Sorry, guys. My voice is a little rough today. I apologize. I know some people are like, oh, they don't like when people do that. I'm going to do my best. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she says she saw much. She says she was looking down at her phone.
Yes, that's right. Yes. The Maxon girl. Good morning, P. Lola's mom. Good morning. They paid this guy to play with a box of Crayola paints. I mean, it was weird that he decided to wear all of John O'Keefe's stuff, right? Isn't that weird?
Weird. And I have a problem with that too.
And he took, you go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and he didn't wear the hoodie when he runs into the car.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, okay, but he does. I was like, okay, I see what you're doing, but like, you're not wearing the hoodie. You have a bare arm. Like, that's not how this happened. Like,
yeah. I thought that was weird. I think it's really weird.
You could have at least tried it with the, like, and you didn't show us how the taillight busted. Like, you didn't show that. Like, you didn't, like, and it would have been helpful to see how it tore the shirt sleeve if it did. Like, I guess I'm just saying there was things I wanted to see from that reenactment that I didn't. And
why? Yeah. Why? What was the point? What was the point of doing it? If you're not going to show speed, like, I'd rather even have an animation happening.
Why didn't they use a dummy?
I don't know.
You're telling me that they can go out and buy a $80,000 Lexus, right? And for demonstration purposes, but you couldn't put like a life-size 200-pound 6'2" mannequin out there and hit it at 24 miles an hour dressed in cosplay and like see what happens. Yeah. I mean, I watched a guy do it on YouTube. Like, these people couldn't do it. I don't know.
I don't understand why. Like, are we being duped again? I guess that's the thing at this point in the trial, is that the prosecution has done so many things that I feel like they're trying to dupe the jury and us watching, that I'm like, okay, I don't even want, what is Alessi going to say where I'm like, those mother effers. I knew it. I knew you were trying to get one across, you know, because
no, they did use a dummy. They threw the dummy on the ground, but they didn't stand the dummy in the behind the car and drive 24 miles an hour backwards to the dummy. Did I miss that?
No,
let's be back in the line saying that I'm sorry to correct you and correct me if I'm wrong, because I was in and out.
Fall thing, which
yeah, but they didn't set him up, like set up the dummy and run the experiment. What happens? How far is the projection? Where do they land? Like, I mean, clearly he wouldn't be moving like a human being would, but it would give you some indication of like what would happen to the vehicle. What would what is the outcome here?
Well, and again, this is supposed to be a car, a 6,000-pound car going in reverse at 24 miles an hour. I would imagine would send them flying, you know, or, I mean, does she stop the car as soon as she hits him? Because otherwise she could keep running over him for all I know. I don't know.
That comment made me laugh. Sorry. No, they did use the dummy. Okay. I was like, I don't remember that. Correct.
I mean, I was sitting there like,
tell me wrong, but you were right. They did use a dummy. That guy
I was sitting there
great.
like, are they going to hit him? Like, kind of hoping a little bit. I'm like a weirdo. It's like, oh, is it going to happen? I hope so.
That was funny.
Lola's mom has a question. He said he saw John's car, but John's car was repaired by the O'Keefe family as per Carrie on the witness stand. So when did he inspect John's car? Oh, okay. I don't remember them saying that.
I don't
It was repaired. He spent like a lot of time on John's car, which I thought was very interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like more time was spent on her backing up and hitting his car than
they
on.
Spent a lot of time on the 3-point turn. They spent so much time on the 3-point turn. I'm like, cool. We established there's
at a whole different house.
She said she did it. A 3-point turn on a completely different street.
Oh, 7,300 pounds. Oh my. Okay, so even more.
Yeah, I have.
Like, I do feel like these Aperture guys keep spending more time on the 3-point turn, more of John or her backing into John's car than they do on the actual alleged, collision.
Right.
And I just, why? It's so weird. And the cut on the eye being explained by the spoiler on the top of the car. Wouldn't they have hit him in the eye before his arm was hit, since it sticks out? I mean, I was a little confused. I was like, okay, maybe it could be from the spoiler.
No. How does it not break your eye?
But exactly that, your bone that's right there. And we heard from the neurosurgeon and the ME. Yeah. And yes, there were skull fractures from hitting his head in the back, because I think for me it's undisputed that he did fall and hit the back of his head. Whether it was outside, inside the house, I mean, that's what kind of needed to happen for the wound in the brain going forward and the raccoon eyes. But I would think it would crack up here. And I don't think the neurosurgeon said anything about that. It was mostly the base of his skull that was fractured. But also your arm.
Like it would split the skin though if he got hit by the car. I mean, I do feel like he would get a laceration, but it would be like a very large one, and there would be. I have questions about that.
Yeah. And the severe bruise. I was on Reddit last night. I should have saved it. Somebody fell doing something. Crap. Anyway, they fell doing something, right? And their bottom arm was all bruised up. And I was like, oh, something simple like that causes that bruise. But yeah, we don't have bruises like that on John's arm. There's no arm fractures.
On my knee, I don't even know where it came from.
Oh yeah, me too. I bruise very easily. All the time. Just existing, really. I get bruises. But no rib fractures, no internal organ damage, with the exclusion of the CPR, which everyone agrees that the damage is from there.
That the car was scratched. And I just don't know, how do you hit somebody hard enough to scratch a vehicle without hurting the human?
Mm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like if that bumper was like all scratched, I mean, I don't, like you would leave bruises and bloody mess inside.
Well, his mom says, why does every witness bring more questions than answers? I have agreed, girl, agreed. But every single one, I have no idea what's going on with the timeline. People are saying all different sorts of things. People have been discredited. I don't know what's going on anymore. This is a joke. This is a very, very sad joke, in my opinion. Oh, goodness. Back of the line, eye boxing, golden gloves, and the damage to John eyes and nose are classic results from being punched. Yes, I mean, they can happen that way, but also what the neurosurgeon said with the head going forward, I mean, that's also or brain. That's also true too. But you know what they couldn't do? they couldn't say where the front wound came from, which could happen when you get punched in the face. Remember, who was that fight that just happened this year? Mike Tyson and that one guy, whatever his name is. But they had these two chicks that were fighting earlier. Whoa, that was awesome. That was wild. She punched this woman. This woman's eyelid was like down here. It was pretty crazy. Yes. Oh my gosh. Gordon Ramsay's accident on a motorcycle. Oh, wow. Did you see that, Bobby? So Gordon Ramsay was in a motorcycle accident last year, right? And he lifted up his shirt. His entire torso was black.
Yeah.
Just black. Like, holy crap. And my son's father, he was in a motorcycle accident too, and broke a lot of things and had similar bruises as well. I don't understand how there's not any damage to his body, really. You know, and again, how did nobody see him when leaving this house? Doesn't make no sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me. Good morning, Sankota. Good morning. Good morning. There are experts and there are paid experts. I'm almost positive Argo would not change their report because the defense asked them to. Expert versus paid expert. That's true. I do feel that way. And this guy, oh my gosh, this guy, Dr. Welcher, he gets on the stand and he is like, what did he say about, oh, I would just have my results. I don't care if it works for you or not. And I was just like, but didn't your company just, two of you just change your reports a few weeks ago?
And didn't you just say that Brennan asked you to change them? Like, he's asked that. He said that in the voir dire, which Brennan was like, oh, I was surprised at the change and all that stuff, right? Like, he didn't know, and I welcomed it. But, like, sounds like you sought it.
Yeah, I don't. This trial gives me a headache every day. Like, after I get done, I just sit there and I'm like, oh, is today real life? What is happening? What is happening? Oh, yes, I have no dog in this fight. I really don't care. Okay, I feel like you do. I feel like your company does because they gave the bar a whole buttload of money. So, but how much do you guys think they have paid Aperture?
Oh my gosh. I mean, are we including the cost of Lexus?
I think so. I imagine so. Because we're looking at about $100,000 maybe. It's crazy.
Sounds like the Commonwealth got all that back with all the donations, though.
Of taxpayer donation. No, I don't know. We don't know how much they paid Aperture because Alessi did ask Burgess that. And then for some reason he wasn't allowed to say. Oh, no, I take that back. No. He said he didn't know.
No.
He said he didn't know. Talk to the accounting lady. I take that back. I misspoke.
But I don't believe that either. He knows how much he charges as an expert. Like,
exactly. I mean, we've seen experts.
They know.
$1,000.
You tell me, show me somebody who doesn't know how much they get paid.
Right. Yeah. Yes. I don't know. Right? They paid him at least $80,000 for the car alone. Yeah. Unless I guess Aperture put that bill for future cases, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, they did. Just earned enough money to feed his dog at home for life. Yeah. Oh, I'm clicking too many things over here. Angie put the Aperture fee schedule from 2023 in Discord. Ooh, okay.
Angie going on the deep dive.
Let me find that. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, but like, where is it though? We have so much Karen right in here. Yeah, I don't know. If you could find it and like, oh, never mind. There she is, tagging me already. Thank you, Ange. You're the greatest.
I'm on top of that, Rose.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to save this and then we're going to pull it up so we can all see. I'll share with the class. Okay. So this apparently is from 2003, the Texas branch. Okay. Let's do that. All right. Can you guys see that? All right. So, lead expert Shannon Burgess, $325 an hour. Just to research this. Then to testify is $325 an hour plus $100. So $425 an hour. He was on the stand for what, like 7 hours? Somebody do this math. Remember, we don't do math here. Video testimony is 2 times the normal hourly rate. Why? Why would it be $650 to do video testimony? You don't even have to go nowhere. Okay. All right. And then additional hourly rates. If they got to do a 3D or graphic animation, $185 to $345 an hour. Wow. Administrative support, $75 to $165 an hour. Case support, $135 to $325 an hour. Forensic expert, engineer, $135 to $750 an hour. And since homeboy that's on the stand right now, Dr. Welcher, is a biochemical engineer and the VP, I'm going to go with he's being paid $750 an hour just for all that. The retainer fee is $2,500, $1,000 non-refundable, initial consultation, conflict check, and file setup, $350. But somebody's, I hope, is doing this math. You want to keep an eye on the comments for me, Buff? 3D laser scanner, $750 a day. They did use that for John's car and her car and all that. I wonder how many days that took. ATD crash test dummy, $1,000 per use. They didn't even break it. They didn't even do nothing to it.
They threw it on the floor.
$1,000 to go, oof, I am in the wrong business. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Let me know when you start up that new business. I'll join you. I like to throw things.
Burla infotainment plugin, $1,500 per vehicle. To plug it in? I don't know if that's what that means, but okay. Digital photos, $2 per photo. Remember, so-and-so yesterday said he took, 450 pictures? Somebody do that math. DMV records, $15 each. Okay, that's fine. Drone, $500 a day. Interesting. You can make 2 miles an hour, right? Like, oh, okay. Where were we at? Drone, $500 a day. The laser pointer thing, that was $750 a day for the scanner. And then you have above all the 3D graphic animation stuff, which takes a lot of time to do that. Okay. EDR equipment and software, $500 for the vehicle. Exemplar vehicle database, $200 per vehicle model. Flash drive, $25 a flash drive? What? You can go to Micro Center and sometimes they just give them away for free. So you don't know what a deal is. High-res aerial oblique images, Eagle View, $10 per. Heavy vehicle, ECM download, $750 a vehicle. Luminance meet, I don't know what this stuff is. Open records request, $300. Robotic total station, $600. Simulation software, $250 per, plus the hourly rate. This is crazy. Well, and this is what you've gotten. This is what you've gotten from Aperture, you guys. All that money, and this is the quality of work you guys get, and you're left with no answers, really. So, That's something.
With more questions.
Something. Burgess got paid $425 an hour to sit on the stand for 7 hours. Talk about injustice. Talk about injustice. That's nuts.
He didn't even sound very sure about what he was saying half the time. I mean,
yeah, and you guys, listen, experts deserve to be paid. That's part of their job. I have no problem. They always ask that question in trials, like, you were paid to be here, right? Well, yeah. So is everybody, except for civilian witnesses. All right. The cops are still making their money when they come in to testify. Everybody's making their money, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I know some people don't like that, but it's like, well, it's kind of how their job is, and that's fine. I've seen prices be all over the place. Which trial was it? Somebody was like, yeah, I got paid like $12,000. It was like a doctor of some kind. It's like, geez, it's crazy. Yeah. Oh boy. I wonder what ARCA's payment is. I just feel like that's wild. Just wondering, ladies, is the defense going to call Brian Albert and Brian Higgins back in this second trial? So, I've thought about this. I think, well, they're trying to pin it on the Bryans, or suggest in their third party call for defense, they're trying to suggest it's the Bryans. They've brought it up a few times.
mm-hmm.
So would it make sense for them to bring Brian Higgins, right? Because yes, you could get him to, they've already made him seem suspicious with the videos of the police station and things like that, right? But then if you give him the opportunity to be on the stand and speak, it could blow up in your face. If you keep him away, you can say whatever you want about him.
That's really what I've been saying the whole time when everybody said, I think they have to call Higgins. And I'm like, I think it's better that you don't, because if you give him the chance to explain it, then people go, oh, okay, it's not as nefarious as we thought.
Nefarious.
So I don't think you want to give him the opportunity to say and explain it. We kind of just want to leave that thought lingering for the jury. So I'm like, what was he doing?
Yeah.
What was he doing? That was so weird.
But I would want to hear from Brian Albert. I think they could call Albert.
I mean, maybe, but he's not going to really give you anything. Also, like, I don't know. Sometimes I think leaving the what ifs percolate is
reasonable doubt. So I don't think they're going to call Higgins. I don't think it would.
Do I want the tea? Am I here for the drama?
Yes.
I want it for the popcorn. I want it for the to facial react. I need my outreach. But do I think they should? No, maybe not.
No, probably not. I do think they're going to call disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. I think so, because there's no way you can make that guy look good. They have
a choice, because they made him such a central figure, even in opening statements where they came out and was like, he's a cancer in this investigation, a malignant tumor. I don't know. Metastasized and killed everything. And I think also, like, he can't really hurt anything, right? Like, the guy is icky just looking at him talk. Like,
I don't think
not a word I just made up right now. So.
I mean, I don't see a way of how you make that guy look good. I mean, that we did watch Trooper Proctor's first testimony, and there is no way you can make that guy look good.
When I came, I don't know, I heard Trooper Proctor. You said Trooper Proctor. I heard Trooper Paul. When I came in chat yesterday afternoon, I was like, everybody's like, he's worse than Trooper Paul, that the Reconstructionist. Do y'all think he was really worse than Trooper Paul? Or
I think this is what I think about that. This guy should know better. He's more qualified than Trooper Paul is. Like, I can give Trooper Paul that guy. I can cut him a little slack for lack of experience and just, okay, buddy. This guy and Aperture as a whole should know better, should be able to communicate these things a lot better than Trooper Paul. I mean, we've seen everybody from Massachusetts State Police. The bar is not very high over there. But this is, a doctor, but not a medical doctor, but academic doctor here. So he should know better on some of these things.
I was just wondering, I was like, so here I was going back and watching the testimony after talking to y'all, and I'm over there going, do I think he's worse than Trooper Paul? Oh, Trooper Paul was pretty bad.
Oh, interesting.
I do see we have a ceiling fan moving.
We do. Relying on photographs, but photos of other vehicles. Oh, so his testimony, Dr. Welcher had testimony that was thrown out on an appellate. They said this opinion goes too far and runs contrary to everyday experience and common sense. Oh. Yikes. I don't know, kiddos. I don't know. We'll see today. By the way, you guys, if you haven't yet, please like this video. Let everybody know where the party is today, because I think it's going to be a party. I can't wait for Alessi to get up there. I don't know if it's going to happen before lunch, but probably.
Yeah, I think we still have a little while to go with Brennan clearing up some stuff. And then that whole argument at the end of the day yesterday. We're going to be able to hear that ruling, maybe?
Maybe. Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot that is how they ended the day there, whether or not he can say the word collision occurred. But again, they haven't even shown a collision happening. So
yeah, but isn't that what a reconstructionist is there to do? Like, I know, like, isn't that the whole point of him being there, is to testify whether a collision occurred?
Yes, but I think it's about the way that you say it. It's about the wording of it, which I didn't quite understand, but I do understand. Because he used the example of stabbing, right?
Yeah, but they say people get stabbed all the time on stand during, he was shot. People testify to that thing. So I guess I just was very...
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the example Alessi used yesterday, but I don't know. Oh, good morning, Mama Llama. Good morning. Book of the year, good morning to you. Happy to see you back. Love that. Oh my gosh, could you imagine having Alessi just knowing what's coming? I would be nervous.
Do you think Burgess called him up and said, bruh, eat your Wheaties. You're gonna be in for it.
Well, Burgess came back the following day, and we thought he was gonna be all no, thank you. No, he stood by it all. He stood by everything. Yep.
But let you know. Yeah, I mean, at least give him a head up. Hey, guy. This guy is kind of ruthless.
Oh boy. Let's see. Do you think SB called Vulture and told him to wear Depends because Alessi is brutal? Oh, just really amazing. Just really amazing lawyering. I've never seen anything like it. And it's it's amazing.
They work very well as a team. They seem to be very in sync with each other, which sometimes you don't really see in a lawyer team. Mm-hmm. They just don't. Especially one that doesn't usually work together. Usually if they work together for a while, they're really a well-oiled machine, but these are kind of different lawyers from different areas. They seem to do very well.
I wonder what color Welcher is going to use today. Right, and then he had that yellow paint on his hand, but I don't know where the yellow paint come from. I didn't see yellow paint on the car, so that was confusing for me. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here.
Thanks for listening to me ramble.
I know, right? It's people like hearing us talk. Oh, that's neat. That's neat. And Burgess called Welcher to wish him luck. I mean, yeah, they've taken every witness so far and turned them into a defense witness. So I'm curious to see what Alessi's going to do with Dr. Welcher. Because every single witness has been, I don't know if a single one that's even hurt the defense.
Do we, if this, okay, so I assume that the cross is going to last all day and probably tomorrow, if Burgess is any indication of where we went. So do you think this week we're going to like finish up the state's case and start next week on like defense, or are we going to end the week with defense?
That's a good question.
Wrap it up.
Well, I think prosecution is going to wrap it up this week for sure. But then usually before the defense does their case, isn't there usually a hearing that happens? For, like the dismissed case?
There's not enough evidence here. That's not going to happen.
I forget what
a directed verdict.
Yes, thank you. So I'm sure they'll have a hearing about that. I feel like maybe defense won't even start till next week, depending how long this guy's going to be on the stand for. Because Thursday, there's either no court at all Thursday, or it's a half day Thursday.
It's a half day. It's a half day.
But is it just a half day for the jury, or is it a half day for everybody? So they could be.
She told the jury it was a half day. Whether that means everybody goes home and the jury. I mean, she could be like, hey, let's talk about verdict forms on this half day. Who knows?
Right. Well, that's usually around the time where that starts to be talked about too, jury instructions and things like that. So I wondered how that was gonna go.
Wait,
but you think they're gonna call Paul O'Keefe though to finish it? I know everybody said they have one witness. Do you know why they wouldn't call him? Just for some, extra sympathy?
I don't think he adds anything to it that Peggy didn't, do. I mean.
Okay. Well, he testified in the first trial, yeah?
Yeah, but Peggy didn't.
Okay. But Peggy
so
didn't.
I don't know if they switched out Paul for Peggy. So, I mean, I didn't think he had anything to add, but this is a new trial and people are just coming up with new things to say all the time.
You are, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
I love it. Thank you.
Since today's Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. Yes. Today is Wednesday.
What day are we on?
I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. It's that time of year where school's about to be out of session, so I definitely don't know what day it is anymore. Oh gosh, have you done that yet? Where you're like, I have no routine anymore. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know why Thursday is a half day. It's a good question. Don't know. She said something about it when they left last week. She didn't say why.
No, it's bad. She probably has, to get her hair done or something.
Is there no proctor this trial? I don't know. We think defense is going to call him. And also, hello, crank that 22. Oh, that's fun. I love saying your guys' names. They're always surprises because sometimes you just look at it and it's like, oh, but then when you say it, you're like, oh, that's good. I think they're going to call Proctor. I think they're going to definitely call him because he's not going to help the prosecution. And just think as a jury, you're like, okay, everybody's talked about this trooper, Michael Proctor. Who is this guy? Why hasn't he been brought on yet by the state? Okay. And so then the defense brings him on and they're like, what? You are trying to keep this guy from us after all the other things they've already done? That kind of did the jury.
Yeah, it would look very shady if they didn't call him. If somebody, I mean, it's going to look shady anyway, even if the defense called him. Like, why didn't they call him?
Mm-hmm.
I think the prosecution just hoped that Buchanan was enough, but I don't think that's
because Buchanan was basically to replace Michael Proctor from testifying, but I feel like they should have just owned it. I feel like prosecution should have just owned it. I think it's going to look real bad for them if the defense calls Proctor and they didn't. Because, we've had issues with photographs being inverted and video being inverted and reflections and things missing. And it's very hard to trust the prosecution. I've never seen this where I'm just like, what? Everything is not as it seems. And that's very...
I really hope that they get a longer time limit for closing statements. I think there's a lot that needs to be talked about. This is a very long trial, and it's been so much. They only got an hour last time each. And
didn't Lally not finish it?
And he didn't even finish. I just don't think it's fair. I think you had 8 weeks of trial. That's like less than 10 minutes for every week of trial. Like, that's
a fair point.
So crazy to do that.
It's a fair point. Was openings an hour too? I don't remember. Oh my God, it seems like forever ago.
I don't know that they put a time limit on openings, but I mean, usually your closing statements are, a summation of the whole. So you would need to go over the stuff that you really want them to hone in on. And there's a lot. There's a lot.
Right. Well, thank you, P. Lola's mom, for the super chat. Thank you so much. Nowhere to join, showing support. Thank you, and for your help. Oh, there's not a join button on our channel page. That's interesting. Well, that's okay. We'll get you set up on how you can join. But thank you so much, P. Lola's mom, for the super chat. We appreciate you and having you here as well. She is a sweetie. We know who you are. We've been in chats with you for a long time now, so thank you so much. Oh boy. Oh, do you think we're going to be wrapped up in like 2 weeks? That it's going to go to the jury?
I think so. I think I had this conversation with my husband. I'm like, it's going to be a week of defense, because I think that's all they said they're doing.
Like a week and a half.
Yeah, I think I've rattled off like who I for sure know that they'll call.
Who do you think they need to call?
Well, it's going to be Welcher. It's going to be Wolf. It's going to be, I think they're going to call the neuro brain doctor for the state that they had, that they did not. No.
Oh, that they didn't call. Oh, the lady?
Stonebridge.
Yeah, that works for the coroner, medical examiner. Yes, okay. Yeah.
I feel like they have to call her. There's, I can't say the name. What is it? Degrossi, whatever.
I
cannot say it.
Hold on, I'll help you out. I'm coming in with the assist.
I will never get it.
Disagra.
That one.
Forgot all about that person.
I feel like because I feel like they got to call. I mean, we brought the name up. I don't feel like the defense brings up names for no reason, right? So I feel like they're going to call them Dr. Russell for sure.
That's the dog person. Okay.
And Green. Okay. You got Green, Russell, Stonebridge, maybe Wolf, Rentschler, Luck, maybe the tow truck driver, or not the tow truck driver, the snowplow driver. I don't know if they're going to call him, but potentially. They brought him last time. He may not have been the thought that he was very credible last time. I've heard mixed feelings on Lucky.
Oh. So. Good morning, Dave. Welcome back. We do have a ceiling fan going.
So maybe like 6 off the top of my head I can think of. So that's like 1 day for each person. The ARC guy's going to be there longer, so it might be 2 weeks.
How common is it for closing to only have an hour? Seems way short to me. It is. Some people have put down time limits, others don't. So it can be all over the place.
My personal feelings, it's a murder trial. They should be able to talk. I mean, like, don't filibuster. Like, we're not, this isn't the floor of Congress. But like, I do think you should have time to make your case.
Yeah, I agree. Karen Reed on herself on the stand? Ooh, I don't think so.
I don't think
I don't
so.
think so. I don't think so.
I think that would be bad.
Sure, she could go and talk about what she might have meant in the interviews that they've been clipping. Honestly, very few, in my opinion, of the interview clips like really hurt her. No way. Now, sometimes in certain scenarios, yes, you do need the defendant to take the stand for such as like self-defense and things like that. You do need to hear that story, right? But most of the time, yeah, no, the defendant should not take the stand. Do I love it when they do? Yeah, I do. I love it, but it's not smart.
I also think this is going to go longer than they think it is. You still have the state's rebuttal case.
Oh yeah.
So they're going to bring in their dog bite expert. They're going to bring in, I think Burgess comes back on rebuttal.
Oh God.
Yeah, to rebut our. Yeah, I think that's what that was what her ruling was, that they get to bring him back on rebuttal. But so I think it might go a little bit even longer than what they thought it was going to go. So I would maybe say, in my opinion, I'm not an expert, 2 to 3 weeks, maybe. Still, you factor in all the random breaks and half days, it could be another month.
I know, right? Like, oh my gosh. If they do not start, it's already 10:07. Just saying. If we have to sit here for we got noises. See, they're listening to me. I knew it. Thank you, Judge Beth.
Direct line.
Counsel, you want to see me at sidebar?
Yeah, and then we'll go to sidebar for another 20 minutes.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Beth.
All right, so Dr. Welch can testify that the data he downloaded and analyzed and the damage to the Lexus is consistent with Ms. Reed's vehicle being in a collision on January 29th at 12:32 a.m. because he's a qualified expert and his opinion is based on reliable methodology appropriately applied.
Oh.
In addition, Dr. Welch can testify that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries are consistent with his having been struck by a Lexus that is physically identical to Ms. Reed's Lexus, because this opinion is based upon, among other things, his experimental work that came into evidence without objection as to scientific methodology and application. However, he may not testify that Ms. Reed's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe because that conclusion is not based on the application of reliable scientific methodology. The problem here is not that the opinion concerns the ultimate issue, because in Massachusetts, that's not a bar to admissibility. Rather, it is that Dr. Welcher, the expert, is drawing an inference based upon more than scientific method. His opinions set the stage for argument and a permissible inference to be drawn by jurors through the application of their sound judgment to the opinions that they find credible. But the jurors are as well positioned to draw or reject the inference as is the expert. That is, the inference is not compelled by the application of any scientific method. So that's the ruling. All right, so the jurors are lining up. We should have them momentarily.
Okay. So he can't say collision.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I didn't realize there'd be more.
Is Dr. Welcher right around?
Yes.
Why don't we bring him in if he's here before the jurors?
Oh.
Ooh. So is it reliable or experimental? It's a good question, Kat. It's a good question. So we can't actually say that a collision happened, but it's very interesting. This is your first time watching live on this channel? Well, welcome. Thank you. Are you sure you've been here before, or were you just watching the recaps with us?
Updated version, we provided a copy to the defense with all the redactions.
Okay.
The
Are you in agreement with this, Mr. Alessi?
I haven't gone through, but I have no reason to believe that I wouldn't be in agreement. So
Okay.
I can just go away with everything else.
there is one slide, so I'll admit it conditional to redactions that you didn't rule on, but I feel so probably will exclude, and that is in that version. didn't want to pull it out with the court's order, but I'll talk to.
Do you know the number? You don't have to find it if you don't.
131.
Oh, was it 1:30? Was it 1:31 yesterday too?
It was.
So at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. And Mr. Lessie agreed that we could go back to that. So, and I know I thought we were starting there, and I think Dr. Welcher thought we were starting there, and then you went to 132. That was my understanding at sidebar.
It is, but subject to me being able to object. I was basically, we wanted the jury to come in, so I want to look at the slide.
Okay, so look at it again. That's not my understanding, Mr. Lessie. It was you were concerned just about the heading, and then I said we'd go back to both slides.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That one, yes, your honor's recollection is correct.
Yeah,
I was okay with the heading.
And we were going to start on that, but you thought because I struck it based on the objection, but then at sidebar, I said we could go back to that. That's your understanding too.
Correct, Your Honor. And I'm sure that Dr. Welch took off the heading on 131.
I think he did, but because I think he took off from 124 to 1.
I did.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, your recollection is correct.
Are they out there, Paul?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say that to me.
Yeah, just give him some slack. Yeah, he's very polite.
Wonder where does the jury come through?
I don't
It's
know.
just- It's still weird. By the way, if you guys can see the picture of his courtroom set up online, it is ridiculous. It's the weirdest courtroom I've ever seen. That's for sure. And everything's at like an angle. It's interesting. We'll say that. Okay, who's excited?
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
He says
All right,
counting.
good
in an
morning again,
interesting way.
counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning, Your Honor.
And good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow
gonna
my
go get
instructions
coffee
and
and
refrain from
bathroom.
discussing this case with
Before we get
anyone
started.
since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, I was asking you about some of your opinions. I'm going to ask you those questions again, but before we do, I'm going to ask you 2 other questions. The first is I'd ask you to turn to your PowerPoint, slide 110.
You want me to display it?
Please. I'm going to ask you a question about a series of your slides regarding this effort. This is 110. Could you also follow through to 111, 12, 13, 14, 15?
You want me to play the videos?
You don't need to play the videos. I just want to acquaint you for the question.
111,
12,
112, 113, 114, 115.
how many times did you engage in testing where your arm and forearm touched the rear right of the exemplar Lexus?
3 times.
In any of those 3 times, did it ever leave any paint on the underside of your arm or forearm?
No.
If you could turn to slide 130, please. What? There we go. Could you go back one, please? Perhaps it's 131, Dr. Welcher. There we go. Could you explain the significance of this slide, please?
Your Honor, this is.
Oh, could you take that down, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Brennan.
We're going to move forward. Yesterday, when we left off, I had asked you,
So we need to take this slide down.
could
Sorry,
you could take the PowerPoint down, please.
that was in a different spot on the slide. Hold on a second.
All right, that's better. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, I had asked you yesterday about some of your opinions. I want to ask you about some of your opinions relative to that last effort that you made regarding testing between the Lexus and your arm.
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you reviewed a number of pieces of information and offered that you relied on some of those pieces for your opinion. Can you share with us, for this part of your analysis, what pieces of evidence or information did you rely on for the opinions I'm going to ask you?
Relative to the testing on the arm contact on the taillight.
Yes.
So it was the physical evidence at the scene, the photographs of Miss Reed's vehicle, to a certain extent, my analysis of the Ring doorbell and the One Meadows event, the nature and
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. I just want to know if you're reading from something or not reading.
Looks like he's counting on his fingers. Are you reading from something?
no, I am counting on my fingers.
Okay, thank you.
So, I am counting on my fingers. The Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, the type of shoes he's wearing, because I need the same type of shoes, my exemplar inspection, where I matched up the heights, the locations of the lacerations, and then the text stream data as well.
That information that you considered, in addition to the text stream data you considered both those areas of information, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty in whether the damage to the defendant's Lexus is consistent with a collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
So there's been two potential theories that I've seen on that issue. One is a glass was thrown at the rear of the vehicle and shattered it. The second one was an impact to the arm. If the impact is basically more than approximately 8 miles an hour, it will likely break the taillight lens.
Do you have an opinion whether, based on the data and based on the physical damage and your testing, whether that is consistent with a collision or a impact with Mr. John O'Keefe?
It is consistent with the collision as long as it's greater than approximately 8 miles an hour.
Do you have an opinion whether it's consistent with an impact or collision with Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022 at around 12:32 a.m.?
With that caveat, yes.
In your testing, did you consider, or do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, whether John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, inevitably in the back of his head, are consistent with being struck by a Lexus identical to the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022?
Yes,
What's your opinion?
that it is. It is consistent with being struck by a Lexus and ultimately contacting a hard surface such as frozen ground.
And does that specifically pertain to January 29, 2022, around 12:30 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, it does.
To finish, I'd like to ask you a few more questions. you've written some papers on sideswipe collisions or clipping. Can you describe for the jury and explain what a
No one's
sideswipe
safe.
collision is or a clipping and how that may or may not differ from a direct hit on a pedestrian impact?
Sure. So what generally differentiates, say, side swipes or clipping contacts compared to, say, an inline impact or, say, a T-bone impact is what refers to that the object that you're hitting isn't accelerated up to the speed of the object that's coming in. So, for example, if I rear end a car, that car will be accelerated up as a result of the contact, and they reach what's called common velocity, and then they separate. And so in a glancing hit, you can have a glancing hit and you don't have what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's the glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Those are much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle was going. But when you have just a corner clipping or glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they've landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining specificity in a side swipe or being hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen. Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
In your studies of direct pedestrian collisions by front or back bumper, as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, their head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
When you see direct impacts, is there ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Actual Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures, depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it is not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe or a clipping impact where there's an absence of broken bones in the lower body extremities?
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top, but this was an instance where we had, this is a image from the police report. Well, let me see if I can. So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, oops. On the left-hand image is he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report. What you'll notice is he had red marks on his leg, left buttocks, but he had no leg fractures. And again, this individual was hit at between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
Can you expand that? I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
James,
sure.
do you want that expanded like other times?
There you go.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, my pleasure, John. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib and a liver laceration. If you look at the extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity wound with vascular injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower extremities.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Okay.
Dr. Welch, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body brakes to Mr. O'Keefe is consistent with the defendant's Lexus impacting in a side swipe or a clipping Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, you could definitely have this type of impact and not have anything beyond, say, red marks to the lower extremity.
Thank you, Dr. Welcher.
My
Your
pleasure.
Honor, I would move into evidence subject to redactions. Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation.
That's by agreement, Mr. Wilson. with that
That is, Your
caveat.
Honor, thank you.
It's a Leslie time. Thank goodness. That was quick. Yeah. By the way, if you guys hear something weird, it's my dog snoring. So he's snoring laying on the floor next to me. In case you were wondering.
In
in the
both
courtroom snoring.
the
Even the dog's bored.
flash drive and the notebook.
On representation, it's consistent with the same as that, I don't know.
So let's put them both together now and decide later. Okay.
Those two slides are incorrect on the flash.
Okay, so we'll switch that.
Okay, so you can't, she's like obsessed with me today. I don't think she's feeling very good. Yeah, let's go.
What exhibit number is it?
She snores so loud.
Thank you.
Exhibits 206 A and B.
Bring it
All
home,
right,
Leslie.
Mr. Leslie, whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, if I could have a moment to set up.
Sure.
Ready. Look at him. Just getting his stuff together. Like, I got this. Well, Alessi had argued this stuff in their sidebars, so we kind of knew it was going to be Alessi, but he seemed very passionate in that board year we had.
Morning,
with
Dr. Welcher.
Welcher.
Good morning. We haven't been formally introduced. Your whole name?
Robert Alessi, sir.
Robert Leslie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, never heard that before. See the grin? He's like, what the F?
Dr. Welcher, the area in which you engage can also include, and I believe you used the term on direct, forensics, correct? Do you engage in any forensic activity in your profession?
Yes, the general umbrella of you basically coming in, giving scientific evidence in court applies to forensics. So my main job is action reconstruction and biomechanics. And so that's what I do. Sometimes it doesn't involve court. When it goes to court, that's generally forensics.
Right. So you're here today. That is my question. You're here today, at least in part, with regard to forensics, correct? Because forensics is the Latin term for it is basically you're going to have some type of court or jury presentation. It's for the law, correct? Would you agree with that? It's for law, forensics?
I mean, exactly the way you asked that, no. It's for engineering and it's for biomechanics. It's in the court of law, I think is what you're asking.
That's exactly it.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, certainly for the court of law,
It
yes.
ends up to a court of law, and in forensics is a common term.
Yes, sir.
So it relates to, or it's used in, or it's suitable for a court of law, the analysis. You'd agree with that? It's a general principle?
Yes.
Not a trick question. Okay. And so in forensics, what you're doing, among other things, is you're applying the scientific method and principles in a criminal matter, correct?
Yeah, you try and apply as much as possible.
Right. And so the primary goal of forensic science is to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in court.
That is generally correct. Again, there are elements, for example, this analysis that are relying sort of on subjective evidence, like the testimonial, the witness statements. So it's not solely based, but ideally you'd want it as much as possible based on objective data.
So you would agree that truth and objective evidence is part of the presentation in terms of information for forensics in a court of law?
Certainly objective information. Truth sometimes, again, can be subjective.
Oh, so you don't believe truth? You believe sometimes truth applies
No,
and sometimes it doesn't?
If you know for a fact it is true, but if you take someone's deposition testimony, you have to look at it relative to the evidence, and it's either consistent with the evidence or not.
Okay, so now let's go to your direct examination that you just went through.
Please.
Hopefully this is fairly straightforward. You have testified to, and it's varied a bit, a reasonable degree of engineering certainty. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've also, have you used the word sometimes to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I might have.
Right. So
I don't know.
in terms of your role as a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist, is it important to engage in a critical analysis of the data?
Critical analysis? Yeah, I think it's important to have a critical analysis. You want to try and look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to try to review the data as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote, don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. So
Okay.
I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay. So in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method. So I want to see if you're in agreement generally so the jury can understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial or things are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated relative to NIST, you would agree that evaluation and testing of hypotheses and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer-reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. the methodologies underneath it and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm
So
sorry, sure
to
to
get
interrupt
peer, I need to.
Go ahead and answer your question.
You're asked peer reviewed, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review for the scientific method. That's what the peer review process is. So I will gladly send this out to peer review with the court's permission, but I haven't and cannot do that.
Sir, my question is not your analysis here in this case.
Oh.
My question regards the methodology that you used here. Is the methodology, you said 26 references, right? My question is simply, is the methodology that you used for your analysis in this matter, is the methodology for a proper biomechanical analysis, should that methodology be generally accepted in the engineering community?
I think with the forensic application, yes.
Okay, that was my question, just the methodology. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, the scientific method that you've used in this case, part of the use of scientific method, the purpose is to avoid what is called bias in the scientific method, right? Not cultural bias, but just bias in terms of the application of methodologies and principles. You would agree that's a pretty fundamental purpose of the scientific method, is to avoid biases?
The purpose of the scientific method is to get the most logical and correct answer without bias. Exactly.
To do it apply the scientific method without bias being part of the application of the method, correct?
That's hopefully what you can do.
That's hopefully what you can do. That is the goal, right?
That is one of many goals, yes.
So are you familiar with the term confirmation bias?
I am.
And that relates, confirmation bias is part of a larger term. Are you familiar with cognitive bias?
Generally, I'm not a human factors expert, though.
Pardon me?
I'm not a human factors expert.
All right, biases are, don't you agree that cognitive biases are not just for one category? You would agree it applies to medical analyses, it applies to doctors doing studies, engineers doing studies, and other scientists doing studies?
So I'm not a cognitive expert. I think I would generally agree with it, but I don't want to step out of my lane. I'm not an expert on cognitive. I can talk to you about confirmational bias, if you like.
Let's talk about confirmation bias. Now, confirmation bias is actually when someone selectively gathers and interprets evidence to confirm one or another's beliefs, as well as neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs. Is that a fair statement of confirmation bias?
That is a statement. Yeah, it could be broader, but sure.
But you would agree that that is generally correct, what
Generally,
confirmation bias is. And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though data and information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
That could be, yes.
And confirmation bias is antithetical. It's against the scientific method. It's to be avoided, correct?
You would like to avoid it, yes.
Are you familiar with the term failure analysis?
Generally, you might need to define how you're using it for me.
Sure. So is failure analysis the enablement of a scientific examination of an alleged incident by beginning at the undesired consequences? Is that a fair use of that phrase?
I was thinking something different, like a piece of metal failing. I guess it could fall into that category.
Okay. And would you agree that the first question, or one of the first questions that are to be asked by a biomechanical engineer when conducting an analysis of, say, an injury is, how did this happen? Is that one of the first few questions that you ask?
No, that's usually the last question.
Oh, so for you.
So hold on a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Generally, what you want to do is gather data. You want to know what injuries there are, what evidence there is, like, for example, on the vehicles. And then the very last thing you want to know or define is, given all that information, how did it happen? So that's the end.
I think you may have misunderstood my question. So I wasn't talking about the method or the process. I was talking about when you get to answering questions, whenever that is in the process. Isn't one of the questions, and maybe one of the first questions, how did this happen?
No, that's not one of the first questions. One of the first questions is, where's the damage? What are the injuries? What's the evidence? What black box or tech stream data do we have? What physical evidence was at the scene? So that is certainly not one. It is a question, but that question is at or near the end.
Isn't every one of the questions that you just mentioned part of the data gathering?
Correct. But,
Okay.
But when you're gathering data, you're always asking yourself questions along the way, like, what is this? Where did it come from?
But you would agree that for you, at least some point, it's how did this happen, correct?
Yes.
And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Sir, how then?
I don't
is
think
it
that's
just a
how it's
matter
supposed to
of
work.
Logic or a syllogism. If you don't ask the question, how did this happen, until the end, how do you then not get your hypotheses up front when, under the scientific method, you should be having different hypotheses up front? How is it that you ask the how did it happen in the end and not go through hypotheses in the beginning? Can you help me with that logic?
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like, I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened. So when you're answering how it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question, you want to make sure you've looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected, things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question, how did it happen? But along the way, like, for example, a right eye laceration, you want to know how that happened. So you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses, does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I am continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
Right. I'm
Who
asking
we got
about
with
the
us?
hypotheses, sir.
Terry
You would
True.
agree that the hypotheses
This guy.
occur more toward the beginning than the end? Just the hypothesis.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question and make it clearer for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it to the last part, just hypotheses.
Mhm.
You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed perhaps all the way up to the end, you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
So if you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it. Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
So my question, sir, is this.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses,
Well, hypotheses.
the one that most out of all of them, it's a relative thing,
Is
the
he
one that
taking notes?
most consistently produces the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate,
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
fair enough. But as a general principle,
Sure.
with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have several topics, sir, and what I'm going to try to do to make it a little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
Oh, good.
So what I'd like to do now is switch topics.
Okay.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police has troopers who specialize in accident reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section whose sole responsibility is to engage in accident reconstruction. Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Do you know that there are troopers within the Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction section who engage in accident reconstruction?
Just based on what I've seen in this case.
Right, based upon what you've seen in the case, that's a fair statement.
And I just know that those people are doing it.
Are you familiar with a Massachusetts state trooper named Joseph Paul, P-A-U-L?
Yes.
And you
Well,
know,
I'm familiar with his reports. I don't know the man.
okay, familiar with Trooper Paul through his reports in this case, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that he was assigned by lead investigator, former Trooper Michael Proctor, to be a constructionist in this case on January 29th of 2022, as evidenced by that report or those reports of Trooper Paul? Do you know that?
Well, you put a lot of things in there. I know he issued a reconstruction report. I don't know who told him to do it. So the first party question, I don't know, but I did see a reconstruction report from him.
You were retained, and so do you recall, is the date January 29th of 2022 2022, is that a rough time period of him being assigned, or you don't know when he was assigned?
Don't know. That might have been in his report, but I wouldn't have paid attention to when he received an assignment.
Do you know when the date of the first report of Trooper Joseph Paul in this case?
I can pull it up. I do not know off the top of my head.
You know that the date of the incident in question is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Yet your firm and you were retained for this case by the Commonwealth 2.5 years after the incident in question. You were retained, your firm, on September 23rd, 2024. Is that correct, sir?
No, I believe we were retained a couple days before that.
A couple days. Okay.
Correct.
So
Actually, I might be able to find out if you'd like me to look at the documents.
it's not all that important. You would say it's within a week of September 23rd, 2000. It was in September of 2024.
I believe it was in September, yes.
Right.
I would
So-
want to double check.
That's 2.5 years from the date of the incident in question, if I did the math right, correct?
Oh, I never thought about it. Yeah, approximately.
And as we just discussed, and you stated on your direct examination, you have no dog in this fight, correct?
Correct.
On November 5th of 2024, your firm Aperture was paid $44,500 by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office
We got a number.
to conduct work that was at least similar to the work of Trooper Paul, correct?
I have no idea. I don't get the billing or the statements.
That was just in November.
Do
I'm
you
sure that it included their
recall
testimony.
Whether Aperture has, well, do you believe Aperture is working for free in this matter?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. No,
So you
we're an
would,
engineering company. We bill for our time.
so you know that Aperture is getting paid for its work in this case, correct?
We are billing for our analysis work.
Well, you're not just billing, you're billing and getting paid, correct?
So I have not seen any of the payments. I would assume that we're getting paid, but I don't know that.
Sir, you are a senior
$44,000.
vice president of Aperture, are you not?
I am.
You would know, wouldn't you, if your firm was not getting paid for work since September 23rd of 2024, wouldn't you?
No, probably not. Usually it takes, 9, 10, 12 months of not getting paid before the accounting department reaches out to me.
Exactly. So you've been on this for 2.5 years. So if it would take 9 months or 12 months, if you weren't getting paid, you would have been notified by that by now, correct? According to your own answer you just gave.
I've not been on this case for 2.5 years.
I'm sorry, sir. Let me go back to the question of payment.
Hold on. You said I've been on this case for 2.5 years. I was retained in September 17th-ish of 2024. So that's what, less than a year ago.
Understood. I'm moving on to the next question because I want to move away from that discussion and just
Okay.
go right to the bill. You, as you sit here today, do not have a recollection of whether Aperture has been paid. Is that your testimony?
It has nothing to do with recollection. I'm not part of that process. We have an accounting department. I don't have any involvement in that.
Are you, so is your testimony you have no knowledge about any contractual relationship between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
Oh, no. I was sent a contract by the Commonwealth to sign. So I'm aware of the contractual agreement, but the day-to-day or month-to-month invoicing and billing, I'm not involved in that.
Okay, so you're aware there's a contract between Aperture and the Commonwealth,
I signed it.
and you signed it. And wasn't that contract obligating the Commonwealth to pay for the
Dave?
services of Aperture?
Thanks, buddy.
Isn't that the purpose of the contract?
So nice.
in
Thank
part?
you.
In part, sure.
Yeah, it's a legal obligation of the Commonwealth. Your firm does work and the Commonwealth pays for it, correct?
That's the idea.
Right. And so you know about that contract because you signed it.
Correct.
Also, you testified on direct that there was a purchase of a Lexus exemplar
Right, what are we, Jen?
for your testing.
Correct.
Who pays for that Lexus exemplar?
Aperture.
And is that then cost passed on to the Commonwealth?
No.
So you pay for the Lexus, you don't pass that cost on, correct?
So what we're doing is we paid for the Lexus. We're keeping it till the trial's over. We're selling it and charging the Commonwealth the difference in the price.
Exactly. That was where I was going, sir. So,
But they're only paying the difference. So, and in theory, if we sell it for more in California, then we'll reduce the bill.
okay, I don't want to speculate. I just wanted to see what the obligation was. So
The
it's-
obligation is the difference.
Exactly. So the obligation is the difference. Are you aware that on April 5th, 2025, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office amended your contract? Are you aware of that, sir?
I am.
And isn't it the case that that amendment authorized the amount of $325,000 to be paid to Aperture? Isn't that what that amendment contract states?
I believe that's correct.
So the Commonwealth is obligated to pay at least $325,000. And is that correct?
That is you're asking me a legal opinion now about a contract. That is my understanding of how contracts work, but I'm certainly not an attorney.
And on top of that, are you aware that Aperture has been already paid $44,510 for its work? Are you aware of that?
The second time you asked me, no, I'm not aware of anything we've been paid.
Over
And
a
as
quarter
you
million
stated
dollars.
yourself, those amounts reflect, as you say, less than 6 months worth of work?
That's not what I said.
Well, no, my question is, you've been on the case, you said, since September of 2024, when we were talking about dates, you said that was about 6 months that your firm's been retained. Did I have your answer correct about how long you've been on it?
I guess it's closer to 8 months.
All right, so 8 months. So for 8 months
Pretty darn close.
of work, about $400,000. Is that correct?
So there's 3 offices working on the case. There's the Boston office, there's Mr. Burgess's office, and there's my office in Long Beach. I only know about the billing from my office.
But you signed the contract on behalf of all of Aperture, not just your office, correct?
That I don't know, but I definitely did sign a contract.
Would it refresh your recollection as to who you signed the contract on behalf of, whether it's all of Aperture and all offices, if I showed you the contract?
Sure.
May I put you on it?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
We were way off.
Yeah, could you direct me so we're not wasting time?
Well, what I'd like to do, with the witness, Your Honor, is just ask the witness a question with regard to it.
Why don't you just take a look at that, Dr. Burgess?
Thank you.
Oh, wow. That's insane.
You know Brennan's gonna go hard at ARCA too,
And
so.
then when he's done, Mr. Leslie, you can take it back to the podium.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
I think we all need to remember Burgess was also Aperture. I mean,
Mhm.
that's just insane.
Millions to prosecute. This is in what? And this is what they got for their money, you guys. Between him and Burgess.
Your Honor, for foundation purposes, if I wanted more than a reflection.
Have you ever seen a witness take notes?
No.
Go ahead and.
I haven't either.
Go back to the podium.
Buffy,
please.
you?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nope.
Dr.
surprised they
Welcher,
haven't
does
said
that
something
refresh your recollection as to the contract you signed on behalf of Aperture with the Commonwealth?
So it lists the legal address as my office. So for my office, yes.
So are you saying that therefore, and did you see the amount that was in the contract? Did that refresh your recollection?
Oh, no, I didn't even look at that.
Do you recall the amount that of obligation that the contract relates to in this document? Do you recall that?
You just
Sure.
asked me that earlier, and I'm
Meteorologist
taking what you
did.
said to be true. So I was like $325,000. I have no reason to disbelieve that.
And is there also a total, do you recall the total maximum obligation for the contract that's listed in the contract? Do you
No.
recall it? May I approach your honor?
Okay.
And Dr. Welcher, I am now going to, you asked me last time, I hope this is helpful.
Please.
You said, please point to the applicable part so we can do it faster. I am now pointing to that part and see if you can just look at that and see whether this refreshes your recollection on the maximum obligation of the contract pursuant to this contract. Without saying what it is, just does it refresh your recollection?
No, but I don't have any reason to believe it's not correct. And that is my signature on it.
Right.
Well, I don't think the Commonwealth paid ARCA for anything.
And we got started on this conversation tying it to, well, we got started on this conversation with regard to a statement you made earlier in your direct that you didn't have any dog in the hunt. You recall that statement in the beginning of your direct testimony.
You misquoted me. I don't have any dog in the fight.
You don't have any dog in the fight.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, switching topics,
That's his motto.
you submitted an updated PowerPoint presentation, the one that you went over on your direct
Or
examination.
100,000 dogs.
You created that presentation quite recently, correct, sir?
The updated one was where I had redacted or taken out slides. So in terms of taking out slides, I did add one alternative path a couple weeks ago.
Okay, my question, sir, is this.
Mhm.
The updated presentation, we'll get to the changes later, but the updated presentation, you created just how many days ago?
I'm going to say weeks ago.
Weeks, 2 weeks?
I don't actually know without looking at the documents.
Well, was it more than 3 weeks ago that you created it?
I still don't know without looking at the documents.
Do you know when the trial started in this matter, sir?
I do not.
Assume the trial started approximately April 22nd of 2024.
Okay.
Did you create your updated presentation before or after April 22nd of 2024?
I don't know.
Okay.
Do you know when?
Hold on one second. Dr. Welch, I'd ask that you not do.
Not look at,
anything.
okay, I was going to try and answer his question. My apologies. I will shut it down.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, Your Honor, please
Yes.
take it. Are you able to determine when you created the updated presentation?
I think so. That's what I was attempting to
Your
do.
Honor, may he do that?
Yes, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar while you pull that up,
Thank you.
please.
Yeah, let's go to sidebar, Bev.
How is this guy a VP? Please tell me.
Wow. Almost $500,000
I know.
on these guys.
I have to tell you, I was thinking 150,000 max.
Mm-hmm.
Buffy,
put
are you
100,000
shocked by
out there.
that?
And
figure-
wild.
Buffy would know.
Buffy would
More
know
about-
what?
are you surprised by the amount they've paid?
Oh no.
Oh, see, I am.
I am.
I mean, if they bought like 2 Lexuses, right? There was one for the Texas office, one for the California office. I mean, I doubt they
No, I think that
just
was the same car.
So they just
did.
transported.
Now,
From Texas
okay.
to
Didn't they
California,
take it
yes.
apart, like the dash and all the electronics out? So can it really be resold?
No,
For
I mean
scrap.
not the new one. Like the
Oh, they
one that
didn't take the
bought,
new
the
one. Okay.
exemplar. They used that to be able to look at the data stuff. Which
Okay.
did we get any information about how that data registers on the example car? I also don't understand why we just saw a PowerPoint presentation. I would have actually liked to see a data printout.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I mean, how do I know you didn't just leave out part?
Right.
Anyway, but no, I mean, there was a lot of people that get paid. I mean, you saw how much they charge for a video conference.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Okay, guys, just so you know, a VIN report, I can run a VIN report for $5. They charge 20.
Well, you got to pay the guy sitting behind the computer.
I guess. I mean, you type in some numbers and you hit enter.
Hey, you know?
So Welch, what I'm going to ask you to do is get whatever information you need for Mr. Alessi's last question. Mr. Alessi, I need you over there. So
Yep.
Mr.
and
Alessi, go
once
back
you
to
get that answer, I'm going to ask you to shut your computer down, or at least put down the cover.
How about stop taking notes?
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so you can answer Mr. Alessi's question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you give me the question again, please?
Yes.
Oh, you're
When
aggravating.
did you create the updated presentation that you reviewed in your direct testimony?
So that addition I made was taken out. It wasn't in my
Yes,
direct
sir.
testimony.
If you can just hear my question, it's this. The version of the presentation that you put on the screen, when did you create that version? I'm just looking for a date.
So to answer your question about the version on the screen, I created that yesterday when the judge asked me to take off some of the headers. So yesterday.
Okay, good. Now, the version before that you created yesterday, when did you create that version?
The day before.
And then the version before that one, when did you create that?
I mean, I save it every day.
Understood.
So every day.
So you've changed the presentation every day since when?
No, I don't think I've changed the presentation every day.
That's my question. My question is, how many times have you changed it within the last 2 weeks, your presentation?
Let me try and cut to the chase here.
Sure.
That slide was added on May 13th, and then it was taken out before I presented it here. So it was not in my presentation here.
Right. So thank you for that answer. So
You're
here's
welcome.
the question. Your first version, as I understand it, of the slide presentation was January 30th, 2025. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was the next time after January 30th, 2025 that you changed that presentation?
May 13th.
I know.
Assuming the trial started April 22nd of 2025, you changed your PowerPoint presentation during this trial, correct?
Correct.
And how many times did you change your presentation after April 22nd of 2025?
Well, the last time I changed it was like 10 minutes ago. So in response to various discussions, I've been making continuous changes to it.
I want to make sure you finish your answer so I didn't
No,
interrupt you.
I'm not sure how much granularity you want to that answer.
Right, so you created on January 30th, 2025, you made your,
13th.
pardon me?
Oh, no, oh, the original one. Sorry,
Yeah.
January 30th, modified May 13th.
Right.
Can you hear
If
her?
I could finish my question, and I might be able to shortcut this. Thank you. So you created the original one on January 30th, 2025. You made your first amendment May 13th of 2025. And then before you sat for your testimony, which was yesterday, correct? That was the first time you sat for your testimony.
That is correct. I was here yesterday.
Days get foggy when we're in a courtroom, but it was yesterday. How many times had you changed your presentation from January 30th, 2025 until when you first walked in the courthouse yesterday?
Do you mind if I count?
Not at all.
So there was the May 13th change. Half of that was in response to objections from the defense. I had to add all the paths to where everything was. Then when I got out here, Mr. Brandon asked me to take out references to evidence about statements that I was not allowed to present. So that would have been within the last 3 days. And then I've modified it a couple times today based on rulings from the judge.
Okay, let's break that down. You said half of the changes you made on May 13th related to what? Because I want to know about the other half.
Sure, there was two changes. I added the extra path of 138, and then I was told that the defense was having problems with my PowerPoint, so I had to go in and add the paths to every single slide about where the evidence came from, because they were saying I didn't provide everything, and I had provided everything.
All right. So
that was the second half.
Got it. I want to go to the first half, sir.
Sure.
And I'm going to try to shortcut this.
Please.
And if I'm not clear, you just let me know. I want to talk about the first half. You called it, I didn't hear, it was like, did you say path?
Path.
P-A-T-H?
Correct. The path Miss Reed was driving.
Right. What you made the change for May 13th, that first half, that wasn't something that was triggered by the defense. That was something irrespective of the defense, correct?
It was based upon her statements. Is she part of the defense?
All right, so that's what I wanted to get to. You changed the first half based upon statements you allege that Ms. Reed made. Is that correct?
Speak up. I changed one slide. There was 130 slides originally, or something like that. So half of the changes on that day, which was one slide, I added one line to the bottom of the previous slide.
Did you consider that change significant?
No.
Well, then why did you make it in the middle of trial if it wasn't significant? Why didn't you just leave it off and then discuss it in terms of testimony?
So A, it ultimately was left off. B, because it was insignificant and I didn't need to have it. So the way it got presented was exactly the way it was before May 13th. So it didn't change anything.
But it was significant enough for you to make a change to your presentation, correct?
So my goal is to be as accurate as possible. So when I saw the path that I gave, the way she could drive, I gave the possible paths. That was one of the possible paths that hadn't originally been included. So in striving to be as accurate as possible, including as much information as I could, I wanted to make sure I included that.
So you were striving. The clip that you used to make the change, you say you made the change based upon a clip you observed with regard to Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
I believe that, yes, that is correct.
Do you know that clip has been in existence for months?
I don't believe I got it until April.
So a clip that has been, assume the clip's been in existence for months. You just got the clip.
Dr. Welch, I have to ask you
Oh, I'm
not to
sorry.
refer to
I'm
that
trying to
subject.
be helpful.
Close your
Yeah,
computer.
let me close it. Sorry. I was trying to answer his question.
He's testified so many times,
I'm going to
though.
ask you to close the top.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Just flat down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This guy.
So assume the clip that you said was the basis for changing your PowerPoint on May 13th after the trial started had been in existence for months. You just got that clip, you say, in April?
I believe so, yes.
What was tell me the circumstances by which you got the clip. Did you ask for it?
I was told there was a new interview.
Okay. Who initiated the conversation about the new interview?
I don't know if it was Mr. Brannon.
It was someone associated with the prosecution?
Yes, I wouldn't have known about it.
Exactly. So somebody affirmatively communicated with you when about this clip?
I need to look, but I remember it being about mid-April,
Mid-April.
if I'm thinking of the correct clip.
What were you asked to do, if anything, with regard to that clip?
When I got the clip, I wasn't asked to do anything.
What did you do with the clip once you got it?
So they then indicated there was this suggestion of an alternative route. So then I looked at the alternative route description and added the alternative route.
So it was suggested to you by the prosecution that you look at the clip and they pointed out that there was an alternative route they wanted you to look at?
So I took it to be, we have additional evidence. Please look at the additional evidence and add it to your analysis.
On the topic of additional analysis by Aperture, while this trial is going on, are you aware of Mr. Burgess submitting a report dated May 8th of 2025 in this case?
Yes, I received that report on May 8th.
Right. And so you were aware of the creation of that report on May 8th because you got a copy of it, right?
Correct.
Were you aware that Mr. Burgess was intending to submit that May 8th report to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we had a discussion before that he had found new information that changed the timing.
Oh, he had found new information. What is your basis for saying he found new information as opposed to the information always existed? It's just it was pointed out to him that that should be looked at. What's the basis of your understanding that he found new information?
Objection to the question.
I'm going to allow the question, but you have to ask it differently.
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. What is the basis for the statement you made that Mr. Burgess found new information?
I guess it was his meeting in our discussions. He indicated that he had found new information.
Did you ask him, what do you mean by new?
No, I took it at what it said.
So do you, as you sit here today, have any basis to say that that information is new as opposed to it's always been in existence?
Yes,
What is that?
what he told me.
Oh, so you relied upon the representation of Mr. Burgess. You didn't have any independent document to determine whether in fact it was new.
I don't quite frankly care whether it's new or not. I just care what's in the data, whether it's new, old, I don't care. It's not relevant to what I'm doing. I don't say this is new data, this is old data. I just care what the data is.
Sir, has Aperture ever submitted a report, a changed report in the middle of a trial to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether Aperture has ever submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial? You said you testified in federal and state courts. Can you recall one instance where Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
So Aperture is like 290 people. I can only speak for myself. I have certainly done amended analysis. Only certain courts and certain legal systems require reports. But for example, rebuttal, analyzing testimony that comes up in court, getting trial transcripts. I very frequently have come up with new analysis during the trial.
Sir, my question is, as you sit here now, can you state one court case where you or Aperture has submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
I cannot speak for Aperture. I can only speak for myself.
Can you answer, speak for yourself, sir. Can you then for yourself recall any instance where you submitted an amended report in the middle of a trial?
Amended reports? No. Amended analysis? Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Alessi, is this a good time for a break or
It-
5 more minutes?
It's a good time, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, folks, why don't we take our morning recess again? Dr. Welch, right behind.
Great.
Rest of the jury.
Love to use the rest.
All right, so we're going on a break, you guys. Oh boy.
Did you hear he
Oh,
said he
you guys
needed
took
to use the restroom because I think he
Ooh.
shot his pants.
Wow.
This is spicier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, he is really feisty for an
Wow.
expert.
He's trying to control it. In my opinion, it looks like he's trying to control everything.
Yes. Oh man, I was waiting for him to be like, "Oh, speaking of Burgess, did you know he lied about all of his schooling?" Speaking of this guy who you're just relying on his word of mouth about there being new stuff, which apparently he doesn't care for some reason. But then if he's in the middle of a trial for other trials, it's fine if new stuff comes in. He uses it then, but not this time. I don't
I
understand
wonder
what's
what
happening.
Sue O is saying, how the courtroom's reacting or the jurors.
Oh yeah, Lady in Gray. Can you look up and see what Suo has to say about the jurors? And there goes Alessi with another Matlock moment. You can tell he gets so wound up. He gets louder, like I'm pretty sure he probably has his finger in the air. He's so dramatic. I love it.
I was just reading right before they went to break what Suo was saying, and the jurors seem to be fairly entertained.
I'm entertained. Are we all entertained, chat? I think so. I think we're all just like,
I don't know why. I knew today would be feisty and interesting. I didn't expect him as a VP to have this type of attitude and reaction on the stand. I expected him to be much more polished and to be able to handle Alessi a little better. And the taking notes thing is driving me insane.
yeah,
Because
that's
how can
weird.
you listen to what's being asked if you're writing?
Yeah, I think that's weird. I mean, we did see the meteorologist. He did some math because he was asked to
Math's one
by
thing.
Alessi, which is fine. I've never seen anybody be notes of questions that are being asked them on the stand. So I think that's very interesting. Good morning, Lisa Lee.
How often has he actually testified? You think he would know that he's not supposed to look at his notes
Yeah.
or
He said
read
hundreds
from
of
his
times.
notes.
I
Do
wanna
they
hear
not
Lisa
let him out of
hundreds-
the office? Do they keep him in the
I
office?
don't
Is what I'm
blame
wondering.
him. I don't blame him if they
boy.
do.
He very much thinks that it's in the way he had him say his full name, Alessi, when he was like, and we've never met before. Who are
I
What,
have
buddy?
never seen that or heard that.
no. I think maybe he thought, if I'm just a nice guy, he's gonna not.
I thought it
Come
was a
after me.
power move. I thought it was a power
Yes.
move because normally the attorney asks you to introduce yourself and
Mhm.
says, we haven't formally met. Can you? I took it as a power move, but that's me.
Sue O is a local journalist who is in the courtroom every day giving updates of like how the jury is reacting and other things like that. That's who she is. I forget which channel she works for in Boston. So we
Lady in
usually
Gray
have
just
somebody like
said
that.
it's the NBC affiliate.
NBC. Okay, I couldn't remember which station she was from.
Yeah, the jurors, from what it looked like, seem to be very entertained. Some of them are smiling and nodding. Some of them are like very fascinated with Celestine. But like, don't know. Unless he seems to be on his stuff.
Hasn't even gotten to his presentation yet. It's the same. He did the same thing with Burgess. He spent like an hour and a half on that guy's CV, just annihilating him on that. And he's doing the same thing now. Over $400,000 they had paid these people. I know we already talked about it, but I am still like, what? For these fools? Are you serious? Oh,
wow. Yeah.
the fact that the Commonwealth has paid out this sort of money for this case is astounding, because this is one of the worst cases I've ever seen.
Forget what they're paying Brennan, because he's a special prosecutor. So now, they have to pay him. I mean, Lally's already on the payroll, but they brought in a special prosecutor, so he's getting paid too.
Yeah. Wow. And for garbage, we've gotten nothing but garbage, really, from the prosecution. I just, oh wow, I can't believe that. I think that's definitely the highest number I've ever heard of. I mean, I'm sure others are. I'm just saying, from the trials I've watched, I've never seen a number that high. It's crazy.
And as a VP, how does he not know if the bills are paid? Because if the bills were not paid, he would not be allowed to be on the stand. Because as a company, do you keep paying people to do work they're not getting paid for? Or is it different for an expert witness?
I don't know. ARCA did testify, and they hadn't been paid to that point.
But they were hired by the government, right?
But they testified. They were hired to do so they were hired by the federal government to do the investigation, and then they were retained by the defense. The defense, like, they didn't come down there and testify for free. So they were retained by the federal government. They were paid by the federal government to do all the experiments and the testing. The defense had to pay for that. They're not coming down there to testify for free for the defense. Like, that's not going to happen. They were getting paid by the defense.
But would they bill it after they actually?
That's what they got in trouble for it. That's what they got in trouble for.
Yeah.
Because the bill came after the end of the first trial, and that's why there was a big fuss about, and that's why they brought you.
That's why okay.
Yeah. Because they brought it up to the jury in the first trial, saying that we didn't hire you. You were hired by a third party, and they couldn't say the third party was. So they made a big deal. So they were saying it was misleading the jury because they did get paid by the defense. But they didn't get paid for the research that they did. They just got paid to come down there and testify. So that's why there was that big back and forth.
I didn't expect it to be quite so this first thing in the morning. I thought it would be more spicy when we got to his actual testimony about his presentation.
Oh, I mean, he talked about a lot of the stuff that Burgess had brought up, and we saw how Alessi handled Burgess on that information. So I'm very much looking forward to when we get into that. Boy, am I enjoying all this tea. I love it.
But I'm sorry, why would he just accept that information and data from somebody who just got tore up on the stand? If you've made changes to your presentation, why would you do that? Do you know, could he have changed it and say, we changed it because my colleague was shown to be not credible?
I forget the dates that it changed, like when Burgess was on the stand, because he said something about May 13th, but I just don't remember who was on then. Sorry, my eye, I have like something in it.
I was too fascinated by this guy bumbling, really, honestly. Because, like, he was, well, like, hold up. You said I worked for 2 years. And it's only been one. Bruh, you had a whole 24 hours off on y'all's timeline by the other guy. Let's, like, not mince words about being off on timelines.
That's right. I did forget Burgess had his
Well, that's
on
what
the
I'm
wrong day.
saying.
I forgot.
If they want if they want to like parse out, like, well, Lefty can't even get his years right. Well, y'all can't even get 24 hours right. Your
Right.
whole timeline was off by 24 hours.
Crazy.
And the fact that he kept trying to look at his computer, even after he was told not to by Bev.
Hmm. I mean, he's done how many trials? I don't know. This guy.
Maybe he's not testified before. Maybe.
No. He said he had.
I know he
Mhm,
did, but
yesterday.
I'm thinking maybe he exaggerated because he's not doing so well.
I mean, he's like, you're right. You're right. It's probably good that I just shut this because I can't help myself. What?
Wow.
Oh man, what a mess! What a mess already today.
How many defense teams or prosecutions do you think that's going to be reaching out to Aperture for new contracts in the future?
I wouldn't.
Does
I
anybody
wouldn't.
pay attention to the Aperture stock?
Right? Right. I mean, Celebrate went down that one day. I remember you sent me the screenshot. Celebrate started going down
It
after
did.
Whitten's testimony.
It did. It did.
You know,
I
a
had
lot of people are watching.
saw somewhere, I think it was on X, that said Cellbrite, a lot of agencies were looking at their contracts with them, which makes me wonder, is there going to be some huge appeals and things coming?
I think so. I do, for numerous cases. Again, we're seeing, for those of you, this is your first trial. This is nothing about this is normal. Nothing. Not a single instance where I'm like, yeah, that happens all the time. No. And because there's been so much focus with experts, the defense team is not there pro bono as well. You got a lot of eyes on all this stuff. And we've heard testimony come out in the Karen retrial that we've heard in other trials that the verdict in those was because of Celebrate information and how it was interpreted, which we now have learned steps aren't always accurate. You got to do crazy time math. And I'm sorry, but I don't think a lot of people in law enforcement are as knowledgeable about these things, right? They don't have, this isn't their job as Celebrate. They do look at the data and everything, but just think about each one of those witnesses said it's about how you interpret the data. Each one of the prosecution's data witnesses have said that. And I'm very curious of how it's going to affect other trials and their appeals. Because I think it's mentioned in like every trial we watch. Pretty
Like
much.
Angie mentions, Murdahl was a big one that Cellbrite.
Yeah, because the big thing that got a lot of people for that was the steps taken. But Whitten himself said steps can be up, going down a flight of stairs or up a flight of stairs. You could just be in a car at a 3-foot incline or whatever he said. Didn't even have to climb stairs at all. So I think it's very interesting about what's been coming out of the trial and how it's going to affect other ones. And I do think law enforcement needs to rethink these contracts. So we'll see. Pulila's mom said that Ryan Walsh's attorney wants the reports denied from them. Yes, his Google search history, another Massachusetts case, trying to get those bad boys thrown out because of the testimony we've heard today. So, or not today, I'm sorry, in this trial. Yeah, in this trial from Ian Whitten, right? Because Walsh made a bunch of damning searches, Google searches. And, if you buy into the whole Jen McCabe, it could just accidentally be the wrong time if you've had your tab open. I never searched it at 227. Well, then how can we say that those searches are accurate? And Walsh has some of the same investigators who work in that case. So, not great. Not great. Oh, we have a poll going. Okay. Awesome.
I saw that.
Awesome. Yes.
Oh man, that's a hard one.
I know. Like, could you have made it any harder?
I was like, they're both pretty spicy.
What is the poll?
Ooh.
Because I can't have
Who is
the
being
my computer doesn't like
spicier this morning, Alessi or Welcher?
Well,
Oh.
I feel like Alessi is matching energy, so maybe it's Welcher,
It's kind of,
or it's Welcher matching Alessi.
I should say, I think
don't
Alessi
know.
came ready to play today.
Mhm. I mean, he was fired up when they did voir dire yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, I like it.
I know my bias makes me look at it the wrong way. It makes me go like, maybe it's Welcher is reactive to Alessi because he did come in hot, and I'm looking at it, the other way. But they're matching energies. I think they're playing off each other. I think they're getting each other wound up pretty tight. Like they're.
I think Welcher saw what happened to his colleague, and he spent all night last night going.
He shouldn't have, right?
He worked himself up, and
do experts get to look? I don't know. Usually experts get to sit on other expert testimony?
Usually, but Burgess did bring up him violating sequestration. So even the experts were sequestrated.
Okay, so maybe they're not allowed to sit on their own experts. They're allowed to sit under they can listen to defense. Like they can listen to each other's testimony so they can rebut. I don't know.
Maybe, I'm not sure, because normally I've seen where they're allowed
Well, the
to.
rules in this courtroom seem to be so very different.
so what does Bev say? It's Bev's
Right?
court.
Right, Gaiman. I've never met you before. What's your name?
Yeah.
Bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? I think we're going to see a lot of intellectual sparring today, and I am so here for it. After yesterday, which was the most frustrating day I think I've had covering this trial, with him just being on break most of the day. And then it was so boring. It was so boring. I'm very happy about today and where it's going. Now, you guys remember when court goes to lunch, okay, we're going to portal you guys over to Terry's show, Midday Missing, where we're discussing 2 missing person cases from Massachusetts. Okay, since everybody's, watching Karen Reed, we thought, okay, maybe we can focus on some missing people in that area, since I know that some of you are there, and maybe you can help spread the flyers and the word. Don't worry, it'll be over before court comes back from lunch. You won't miss anything. We'll take you there and we'll bring you back, though that didn't work on Monday. So always make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, so that way you can find us again, because it didn't work out quite as well on Monday, but it has all the other times. So we'll be doing that today, and that way I can have a little bit of a breaky break too.
Yes, and it's kept short. You will not miss anything. We're not even doing tips of the day or anything like that, because I don't want to take a chance of missing anything, and also let people have time to discuss what has happened.
Yeah, it's a very good show. So I recommend just following us over there, and it'll bring you back.
Buffy, when I just looked at you and I saw your side, you looked like Demi Moore.
That is the best compliment ever.
When you were doing that, I was like, she looks like Demi right there. You look like Demi.
Look at all the compliments today.
I know it. I don't even know how to react to that. It's like, I
hope you like Demi, because if not, sorry.
She's gorgeous.
Okay.
Who doesn't love Demi?
Well.
Right.
And Mrs. Buffy is hot.
Yeah, that's usually how it works to meditations, not medications. Oh my God.
I didn't think expert witnesses, if they worked for the same company, had to do that, because they shared data and it kind of controls what the other is going to talk about. That's why I thought expert witnesses were a little different. If they were for the same company, they're talking about the same subject.
Mm.
But I don't know. I would trust you and Buffy on that more than me.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's one of those things that can vary too. For example, in this case, the gag order is only on the lawyers, right? But then in Coburger, the gag order is for literally every person involved. So like those things can really change and be different in jurisdictions. So
Yeah, because Karen talks to the reporters after court every day.
yeah, there's no gag order on her or the family.
No.
I want to know if she
But
has
that's
a
not the same as
fake.
sequestration. So
I want to know if she has a fake X account or Instagram, and if she's posting as somebody else.
I hope not.
I know the McCabe's do.
Doing those interviews was such a bad idea.
Oh, MS, thank you.
Oh, thanks, Amy.
Y'all are sweet. Y'all are so sweet.
They're so nice to us. How do you think Bev is feeling about the Aperture witnesses as well? Like, ooh.
I almost wish we could see her face the whole time. Like, see what we're seeing, but have like a little circle with Bev's face and a little circle with like Karen's face would just be great.
I don't know. I honestly don't think she cares that much. Maybe.
I mean, she did.
I think she gets a. I think she gets a kick out of Alessi. I think she enjoys watching him. I do.
Think so.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like the only person she actually likes. I think in the courtroom.
You've got to respect Alessi and Jackson's abilities as attorneys. I mean, they're good. I mean, to the point. I think every time there are defense attorneys, it should be televised for us to watch.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to need a Jackson cam to follow him around to all of his trials. We just want to watch.
I mean, they're magnificent. Like, even if, you're in the Karen is guilty party train, you cannot deny that these lawyers, are astounding at their jobs. They're fantastic. I've not seen lawyering done like that all that often.
And I think everybody forgets Miss Little in the background. Just want to give her. She is amazing at making sure everything is she's on top of it.
That's true. I feel like
shame on you, Amy, producer in the background.
What'd she do now? Geez. It's a private comment. We're not sharing that with the class.
Now you know why I'm dying over here.
Oh boy.
Clutching my pearls. That's all I'm saying.
You'll hire them into the medication business.
I mean, I would hire them. I mean, I have to be honest, I wouldn't be able to afford them. I mean, and you would have to do something very newsworthy to get, people to raise money for you or for them to give you a discounted rate.
I mean, I know that they're working pro bono, but I would say that the bill is probably around $5 million at this point.
I think I heard 6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think I heard 6. So you're not far off.
I
mean, give or take $1 million.
Yeah. I mean, what's $1 million?
Trials together, or were they talking about just $6 million for just this trial?
No, I think he said cumulatively.
Total of both. Yeah, that sounds about accurate to me, which usually that's the price you see for like a death row case, a death penalty case.
Like we said, who of us could afford that? If we were in Karen's situation, dating a guy like this, who would have the funds to do that?
And I think that's they're hoping
I would have taken a plea almost just because taking a chance with a defense, with a pro bono or a court appointed attorney.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They got a lot of people working for them behind the scenes too. It's not just them, they got their paralegals and research attorneys and stuff like that.
They need to hire our research people because we've got some really good researchers on our team.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
That we do. We will find you.
That's not creepy at all, Llama.
That's not creepy at all.
All right, we'll find you with a smile. I don't know.
We'll find you this.
But
Oh Lord, I don't know. So, how red is this guy gonna be by the end of the day?
oh,
Literally every person is turning red. Like,
yeah,
I mean, right?
they are.
His face is getting really red, and I'm like, is this the color on my screen,
no.
or are these people just really, really like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Their blood pressure is raising.
Mhm.
Agreed at Nikki D. I mean, it is sad.
Better call Saul, right?
We have a local guy here that's in prison, and it involves a cop situation that we're going to cover at a live show here coming up in September. It's going to be a little private event, and it involves a cop, and the guy didn't have the money to pay for a defense, and they're still working years later to get him out.
I wouldn't be able to afford a fence like that. But I mean, Karen did have to sell like her house and stuff too. So
Did sold her house, her 401k.
Because she's paying for the experts. It's not everybody is not doing pro bono. She is
Because they
she
only
does
raised like $1 million for a ride, or 700,000 or something,
something like, which is
amazing.
But yeah,
I just saw somebody said something about the ambulance. They better tell us who was driving the ambulance before this is all over.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could please address an administrative matter that I wish I didn't have to address. Dr. Welcher was just using, at least my observation, his computer. He still has monitors on his desk. Could we have all that removed, Your Honor?
It was
Closed, yes.
Would he open?
did he just deep sigh? He went,
No, but I will. I closed it.
You were told to close it, dude.
Like want the computer all the way off or just everything?
Is he going to need to turn his computer back on?
I do not see a need for the computer to be turned on. Do we have the ability to put the presentation and documents from our
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar,
Sure.
please.
Got a sidebar, the sidebar.
okay.
I'm so glad we came back from break for a sidebar.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I love when that happens.
Well, I'm going to say it happened on my jury too, so it's a thing.
And it's
Oh.
annoying.
It's
And I found it
things
even
on the
more
break.
annoying being the juror.
I'm sure.
I was literally like, couldn't you have taken care of this crap before we got up, walked in here?
Like, I know everyone needs breaks throughout the day, but like a lot of the trials I've watched, guess what? Sometimes they don't take the breaks. The jury gets the breaks, but they do not.
right.
And they work during that. And it kind of annoys me that sometimes they don't do that. Because then she keeps apologizing to the jury about their time and wasting it. And I'm like, well, y'all could have been talking about
Lunch
stuff.
break, I'll ask you to remove
Bev
it.
likes her breaks.
I'm sorry?
During the lunch break, I know it takes you a while to set up in the
Yeah.
morning. I'm going to ask you to take all that down during the lunch
Oh,
break.
I like
Okay.
Karen's cute today.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, we left talking about the amendments you made to your PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the amendments, are you aware that the defense counsel received your amended PowerPoint presentation at 3 p.m. on Memorial Day? Are you aware of that?
No.
And you began testifying the day after yesterday, correct, sir? Day after Memorial Day?
I testified yesterday.
Yes. Are you aware of any activity in this trial of any kind before you testified yesterday?
Again, as I mentioned, I've been getting random emails, and then I've been seeing it pop up on my news feeds as well. But once I was aware of the reclusion, I made sure to not review any of that. But as recently as last night, I got an email that said biomechanical engineering job, or like applying for a job. And I opened it up and it was some internet troll.
Sure. I'm asking about emails from the prosecution.
Oh, no, there's been no emails about what's been going. I mean, there's been scheduling, when am I going to come, things like that.
How then was it determined that you were going to be able to amend your power presentation if you weren't communicating with the prosecution?
I mean, they asked me about the witness statement of 138 right around May 13th.
How did they ask you about that, sir?
I don't recall if it was a Zoom meeting, a phone call.
So there was a communication with the prosecution. Might have been by Zoom, might have been by another method, but there were communications while this trial is going on relative to you amending your PowerPoint that ended up with an amended PowerPoint on May 13th. Do I have that correct?
I believe so.
I'm going to switch topics.
Okay.
One of the goals of Aperture's analysis and reconstruction was to determine the location and timing of certain text stream events, correct?
Correct.
EDR data.
I'm sorry, my role.
Your role, yes. EDR, and just for clarification, EDR is event data recorder, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to refer to that, as you have before, as EDR, event data recorder.
Sounds good.
EDR data does not show the location associated with a text stream event, correct?
In this particular vehicle, it does not.
And the EDR data for this particular vehicle, namely the Lexus SUV, also does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
Not at the time of this event.
So the answer is no, correct?
That is not correct.
So let me ask the question slightly different way. The EDR data does not provide the time. The EDR data for the Lexus SUV that you've been talking about does not provide the time associated with a text stream event, correct?
That is correct.
Instead, every text stream event is associated with a particular key cycle on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
There can be multiple text stream events in a single key cycle, right?
Correct.
And every time you start the car, this one you push the button, that's a new key cycle, right?
That will cause a key cycle.
And the EDR data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that the particular event occurred, correct?
The EDR data, no.
So EDR data gives you no information about the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurred.
You're confusing EDR data and text stream.
I'm not, sir, I'm just
Oh, you're
asking
not?
a question.
So
if it's yes or no, I'm fine with that.
EDR data will, depending on the vehicle, sometimes it has information about GPS date and time. Sometimes it has ignition cycles, which are a little bit different than key cycles, which is why you frequently have different ignition cycles versus key cycles in EDRs compared to text stream.
So let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
The text stream data indicates the number of seconds into the key cycle that a particular event occurs.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
In order to properly determine the location and the timing of a text stream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle, correct?
I think I'm going to say yes, that TechStream tells you the trip.
I'm just asking if it's important that you correctly identify the trip associated with a particular key cycle. And do so by determining, in order to properly determine the location and timing of a TechStream event.
So the TechStream tells you the trigger event and it tells you the key cycle. So I'm not determining that, I'm reading that from the TechStream data.
Okay, so in order to properly read, to use your verb, the location and timing of a TechStream event, it's important that you correctly identify the trip that is associated with a particular key cycle. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the TechStream event occurred will be wrong, correct?
It can. I mean, you need to take the totality of the evidence in the TechStream with the mileage, the overall timing into account.
So are you saying, sir, that if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, you can get the correct TechStream event?
No, not necessarily. Again, you have to take the totality of the data.
My question is with regard to if you have the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of when the TechStream event occurred will also be wrong. Isn't that just a matter of logic, sir?
So again, the TechStream event tells you the trip and it tells you the time. If you're saying I'm, say, associating that with the wrong infotainment information or vice versa, then that would be wrong. But the TechStream data tells you how much time is associated with each trip. There's no difference there.
If you associate the wrong trip with the wrong key cycle, then your estimate of where the TechStream event occurred will be wrong. Is that correct?
You can't associate the wrong event with the wrong key cycle because it keys in the key cycle with the event.
Let me try it a different way. Your analysis, or anyone's analysis, in conclusions regarding the timing and the location of the TechStream data are only as good as your ability to correctly associate a key cycle with a particular event. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Again, you need to take the totality of the data. So that is one element. You need to look, for example, at the mileage. You need to look at the timing of the events. So this is considered a tool in the analysis process. You need to look at the totality of data to see how it matches up with the physical evidence.
So are you saying that you can have an incorrect key cycle with a particular trip, but you can still get accurate timing and location of TechStream data?
So again, you don't get incorrect key cycle with the trip. The trip and the key cycle are coded in by the TechStream. If you are attributing an event to the wrong trip, which has a fixed key cycle, that could be a problem.
Exactly. So if we could go, if Your Honor, if we could publish a slide, please, that is in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are we looking at?
Pardon me?
What slide number?
I've got slide 9. Mr. Wolk, yes, I've got the correct one. Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024. Yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167.
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that
Actually,
are.
can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was that key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here. In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle 1167?
Correct. I gave you the original files.
Right. So you are aware that the Commonwealth had maintained up into your firm's engagement that.
Are you saying there's no basis for the question?
They're saying.
All right, I'm going to allow the question and I'll hear it.
You are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up until your engagement in September of 2024 that all text stream events associated with key cycles 1164, 1165, and 1167 occurred while the Lexus was in the custody of the Massachusetts State Police at the Canton Police Department.
So the objection sustained. You need a foundation, Mr. Lessie.
Sir, as part of your work in your review of the many documents that you referenced on your direct examination, did you review the text stream events associated with the Lexus SUV?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Pardon me?
I reviewed the one I downloaded.
Right. And did that, what you download, include key cycles 1164? Did it include that?
It did.
Did it include 1165?
It did.
And did it include 1167?
It did. It did not include 1166.
I didn't mention 1166, sir. I only mentioned 1164, 1165, and 1167. I purposefully skipped because I didn't understand you had reviewed it. So here's my question. You therefore, based upon the fact that you reviewed them, and you said it's important to understand timing, etc. That's very important in your forensic analysis, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the timing question and you understand where the Lexus has been at various points in time. You testified to that in direct, whether it was at the Canton Police Department, whether it was being towed, correct?
In addition to having Mr. Burgess analysis of the data.
In addition to Mr. Burgess analysis, so in that analysis contained locations of where the Lexus had been.
It contained where it had been and also include date and time, when it was turned on, when it was turned off.
Exactly. So not only did you have all the locations, you had dates and times associated with the location where the SUV, the Lexus SUV had been, correct?
Correct.
Now to the question. Based upon that review, that knowledge, that understanding, those bases, you're aware, and you've reviewed, by the way, Trooper Paul's reports, correct?
I have.
There were 2 reports of Trooper Paul. There was his original report and then a supplemental report that were listed in the documents you reviewed. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to have to take my word. Do you recall, sir,
No, I
that there
don't.
were do you recall that there was a report of Trooper Paul?
Yes,
Okay, and you read that report, I assume, sir.
I did.
And it would be important for you to read that report and read it carefully because it addressed the subject matter that you were addressing, correct?
No, I did my own independent analysis. As a matter of fact, it'd probably be more important that I don't do that to avoid confirmational bias.
But you did read Trooper Paul's report.
Of
correct?
course.
So you therefore are aware that the Commonwealth has maintained up into your engagement.
Yeah, I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
Bev, they're just gearing up to something. I don't understand. Oh, Trooper Paul. Sweet summer child, Trooper Paul.
Oh, it just did. It just did. And then there was a pirouette, and then everybody flew, and I don't know. I don't know how it happened. It just did.
The crime scene spoke to him because he's
The crime
also
scene did speak to him.
It did.
a medium, apparently.
Crime scenes don't speak to you. I feel like that's something that, like, I would have heard on CSI Miami or something. It's like, follow the evidence. You got to follow the evidence. The crime scene will speak to you.
like that
CSI
green
Miami.
top.
It's like the
The
worst
guy
one.
on CSI when he like dramatically Horatio like
Yes.
always had to dramatically take his glasses off and stare into the camera.
Oh, I had to let the dogs back in. By the way, all that loud noises you guys have heard, that is my dog Zoe. Right? She's an old girl who likes to sleep, and I think she's not feeling well today because she has literally followed me around everywhere today, even in the bathroom when I was getting ready, which she never does. So I apologize, but she's cute.
See, better than the child yelling at the PlayStation in the background.
I did. That's what I was getting ready to say. I'm like, is your dog yelling at a gaming system?
No, it's mine. It's mine.
Well, she's
My
on the
child.
floor. She's not even like right by
My mother-in-law's Basset that lives with us, you can hear her from the other room.
Oh yeah, yeah. Our beagle she's a loud snorer. There are some nights where like her and Elbow Feet will be having like a snoring competition, and they won't be synced up, and then I go cry in the bathroom. Just kidding, I don't go cry.
Just sleep with earbuds in.
All right, I'm going to let the doggies in.
Buffy, is your little out for the summer?
Yes.
Any fun plans with the little?
After the trial.
Well, after the trial, before the
He's
next
gonna
trial.
sit tight before he's gonna sit tight. I mean, usually we get a season pass for the summer at the water park and spend our summers going to the
Nice.
wave pool and stuff like that. So just to get out, because you can't do anything in the South during the summer. You're confined to your house.
Oh, where? Because our granddaughter will be here for a month. And she's like, what are we going to do? I'm like, stay in the AC?
Yeah.
Or in
You're
the
like,
pool?
Yeah. And we don't
Yes,
have a
what?
pool. I keep trying to get Mr. Buffy to put a pool in for me in the backyard.
I will say, I mean, we had one when our kids were in high school, but not when they were younger. I wish we would have done it when they were younger because, like, the grandkids love it. And in the South, you get to use it. I mean,
Like
I'd
for
say
a
we
long
use
time.
it 9-10 months a year.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I'm like, we could just get a pool dug in. Like, I want an in-ground. Like, I want a nice, yeah.
I will say they're a lot of work, but it's also great because, like, my granddaughter, when she wants to swim, okay, did you go clean the pool this morning? I kind of give her some of the, if you don't want to swim with the bugs on the top layer, you're going to have to skimmer them off.
I mean, I would do that. My husband would do that.
We do it every
finds
day.
that relaxing. That kind of stuff is relaxing.
We do it most of the days, but when she wants to go swimming at 7 a.m. before I've had coffee,
that sounds great.
Go skim the bugs off.
I mean, I don't know if I would let mine do it, but he's like 6. But
I wouldn't let.
My 14-year-old could do it.
Yeah, because she'll be 13 this summer.
Yeah, my 14-year-old could do it.
Talking about maybe taking her to New Orleans.
Oh, you're going to be right up the road for me.
Be right up the road. We might do that.
Ooh, party in Louisiana?
Party in NOLA.
I won't be attending. There's alligators there.
Yeah, I want to take her to see some of the old family stuff.
That's cool.
And where I learned to swim in Slidell and, all the fun places.
Where did you learn to swim in Slidell?
In Slidell. So, little bitty motel
Which one?
It was not, I'd have to look. I don't even know if it's still there.
It
Have to
probably
look
is.
because I was only 6. And I would swim in the shallow end, but I was scared to swim in the deep end. So my dad pushed me in and told me to swim.
I'm from Slidell, so yeah.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I will look and I will send it to you. My favorite thing about Slidell was the lightning bugs that I would catch in the Miracle Whip jars.
Yeah, they're in my backyard.
Yeah, we get them. Last time we had them here was after Hurricane Harvey. It's gotten to where it's just too hot to have them, and we don't have as much moisture.
I think that's cool. You're like Slidell. Yep.
Yep,
Born
Slidell, I
out-
learned to
that's-
swim there.
Born and raised. Lived
You
all
guys
my
are
life.
cute. Oh,
Hey.
we're just gonna go back up to the ceiling fan. Okay.
We lived one summer above Bourbon Street because my dad was in the oil business. We were there. And I was like 7 or 8. And I told my mom I wanted to grow up and be one of the ladies that was down on the street in the heels with the boas and the real pretty blingy
Oh,
clothes.
that's
And my mom was like,
adorable.
yeah, no.
That's adorable.
Who's a grandma? Thank you for the compliments, Pila's mom.
Thank
We won't make
you.
anybody guess our ages around here, but
I was like, say, I think we only have one grandma on here.
yeah, just you.
I'm not a grandma yet, but I could be.
I'm the grandma. These 2 ladies are so young and beautiful that they're
My
definitely not
oldest is
grandmas.
23.
I know you could have one, but you don't.
Not that young.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
So, do y'all have lightning bugs year round?
I don't see them year round.
Okay, I was because I
That's
don't
a good
remember seeing them
question.
like in the fall.
In summer too. I can still see them outside during
Yeah,
the
but-
summer.
That's
I don't
interesting. I
think
never
during the
thought
winter.
about for you guys down there where it doesn't get cold. I never thought about maybe having lightning bugs.
Yeah, that's why I was
everywhere.
wondering there because we didn't spend a lot of time in the winters down in Louisiana.
There's
What
a
winter
couple years
in
here where
Louisiana?
we didn't have lightning bugs, but in the last couple of years we started to have more, which is interesting.
We don't really have winter in Louisiana.
I was
Not
gonna
really.
say, yeah. Hey,
Like-
but y'all did have a blizzard.
I mean, that was like a freak show, like a freak
Well,
accident.
you had major flooding. Didn't y'all get like 10 inches of rain or something?
We
Mhm.
always have major flooding. That's like a weekly occurrence.
Is it? I don't remember that when I was younger growing up there.
Oh yeah.
Or I
it's
didn't grow
so
up there, but
bad.
I spent summers there.
It happens all the. I mean, it's always
We
flooding.
got 1.5 inches yesterday and we were so excited.
Oh my goodness. That's a lot.
My oldest lived in. Wow, she lived in Texas, in El Paso, and she's like, she just came back in September, and she's like, "Mom, we missed rain. We don't get
Yeah.
rain."
Don't get rain up there. Don't get rain up
Wow.
there.
She's like, "I'm so excited to see rain."
Yeah.
It's a whole
you
60
don't.
degrees here today. It's cold. I went and got a sweater. Got to turn
Wait,
my
it's what? How many degrees?
60.
Oh, I want to
60?
trade.
Yeah, that's it. That's what how much I got like heating pad over here. I'm about to turn on. I'm so cold.
Our
Bruh.
low is 69.
It's 88 right now.
See, we're only
Mhm.
82. Uh-oh, Demi has a 23-year-old Buffy.
All right, let's go.
Welcher, I hope you took some deep breaths so you don't sigh so obviously this time. Look at his forehead. He's all got his forehead all.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's and your investigation into this case, that the theorized time of the alleged contact of the SUV?
So there's 2 words, just strike theorized.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware that over the course of the Commonwealth's investigation and your
Hold on, Mr. Leslie, the court reporter kind of.
Thank you. I will.
The sirens. Weird.
Can I?
Go
begin
ahead
my
and
question?
ask an appropriate question, Mr.
Sure.
Appropriate question.
Do you have knowledge whether there is one time or more than one time for the Commonwealth's position, as you know it from reading documents that you said you've reviewed, that there are different times alleged for the incident to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question, remove part of it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You have to remove part of that.
Okay, understood, Your Honor. Do you know whether there is more than one time that has been proposed by the Commonwealth for the impact alleged to have occurred at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm going to ask for an instruction.
I'm not giving the instruction now.
Dr. Welcher, in terms of the analyses that you have reviewed in this case, is there one time that you understand there to be for a hypothesis for the time of the impact at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'm going to see you again, folks. I'm sorry about this.
Guys, I am so sorry. I have to go school these attorneys again. That's what it sounds like. She sounds like a mom.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so sorry. My kids are misbehaving. I have to take care of them. No, that's what it sounds like she's explaining to the jury. Oh, Lord.
It's so annoying.
I will say I'm glad Paul's sitting in the back and not in the front.
Yeah. I'm glad that we don't get a lot of close-ups of Karen like they
Yeah.
did in the first trial, which also would include Paul's crotch.
Yeah.
Right there.
So I was
Very
saying I did not
uncomfortable.
care for that.
This is very uncomfortable for everybody.
Crotch can.
Who is the girl in blue? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know who that is.
Got to be an O'Keefe family member. I like the green
do
top
not know.
that the girl's wearing.
I can see you wearing that.
I have it in pink, but not in green.
I didn't even notice what Karen was wearing today.
She has on a cream colored pantsuit, very monochrome today, and I like it.
We got over here. I still want to find out who that one guy is that's sitting next to the podium. Looks like
The
he could be a
vampire?
vampire. Yes. Yes. He's very young looking, but he's in that same spot every day.
What's the matter? You don't like a intimate moment?
Oh God, it was so bad. You couldn't not look at it. It was just right
You
there.
couldn't help it. It was so there in your face.
It was uncomfortable.
It was uncomfortable.
Oh, okay. Belle says she thinks that might be John's old girlfriend and is totally obsessed with him. Oh,
Totally
is that
obsessed
the
with
Tara
him.
girl? But no, that's not, because there was somebody in the documentary named Tara, but that's not.
No, she was a family friend.
Llama Mama will take the bald man. Okay. By the way, you
Ooh.
guys, if you're not members of the channel, you should become members because me and Terry are doing a members only tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern.
I hear it's going to be interesting. I hear it's full of surprises.
I love that. I love that for me.
Do we love surprises?
I'm hoping Llama doesn't resign from everything after tonight.
No, I'm sure it'll be great. It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Members only is really nice because we spill secrets and we get to, I mean, it's not much different than these really, but
I don't know. I clearly remember one members only. Wait, was it a members only? I'm pretty that there was a surprise and people had to eat things.
Okay, no, that was our 1,000 subscriber.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
There is no cow tongue involved.
no, Llama does
They-
not eat things for any reason that she does not like. I will not do it for money. I will not do it for likes. I will not do it.
I will
It's
not
not
eat them in a car.
There's
No.
some membership gifts, so maybe
Cute,
some people
Terry.
can come for the fun.
Yeah,
I'm really excited for tonight.
I am too.
I'm excited. I'm going to clean myself up a little bit. I wasn't
I
able to get
am
a shower
too.
last night, so
I
I'm going
am.
to do that during our break. That's why my hair is up today because I did have it down and I was like, oh man.
Chloe
That's not great.
Albert's Revenge got
Isn't
one
it
of
the best
gifted
name?
memberships. I know.
Yes.
Lola's mom. Yay.
Oh, that's awesome. I don't even know if I would eat gross things for cheesecake, Mom. Okay? I mean, your cheesecake
Will you
is-
eat gross
freaking-
things on top of cheesecake?
No. Yeah.
Mama Llama, we might have to talk. Maybe we could do something fun in July when we're all in Ohio
is
and
a
get her to
cute-
eat it.
Dude.
That's true. If you guys live around Ohio, Terry and I are going to be live in person at a Blend of 7 wineries where you get to meet us. We're going to talk about the unsolved murder of Joey LaBute, which is a case I'm very passionate about. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Tickets range in prices. We try to make them very affordable. There's other tickets where you get like a wine glass and things like that. But you guys come out. It'll be a good time. Tickets are on sale right now. And we sold quite a few already, which is so exciting.
We have. And I want to say the venue only holds 40 or 50. Can't remember
Yeah.
off the top. So it's a very intimate setting. I mean, you will get one-on-one talking with it. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you're a member, it'll be streamed live to you. If you
Gonna
can.
have serious FOMO.
That's just, your phone won't let me join it. Uh-oh.
But you got a membership gifted to you.
Yeah, we
so
got.
you are a member.
Yeah.
Right. And then we can work it out in the meantime
Yes.
and see what that's about. I'm not sure
Yeah.
why that is.
Oh, yay. Welcome to the family.
Okay. Still meditations. Yeah, we're a
Meditate-
family here.
Every time I look at your name, I want to say medications because
Dope
Llama
medications.
was like dope medications.
I'm down
totally
for
said
some
that
dope
earlier.
medication. We all been medicated for this trial.
We'll save that
live
for
in-
members
I
only.
mean, we need to meditate for this trial too because
Oh, man. I think I'm going
There's
to
some-
open that bottle of wine you sent me, Terry, tonight. The red wine.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
I haven't opened it yet. I've been saving it for when we'll be on a show together. So I think that's what I'll be drinking tonight. Maybe, though, I've considered being like, hey, Elbow Feet, you want to go get some tequila and margarita mix? That'd be great.
I'm going to
Ooh.
just suggest
Let's see.
pre-gaming would not be a bad idea.
Okay.
I'm a little intrigued and a
All
little
right.
scared, actually.
I like how
Buffy,
Terry's
I mean-
like, I need drunk llama for this.
I can so do a little switchy and have you part of this surprise fun too.
Oh,
Interesting.
I am so scared. See, you scare me with that.
Would a miss let me do anything absolutely horrific?
She would absolutely. She would be like, do it,
Tonight.
do it, do it.
Tequila for tonight.
That Elbow Feet heard the word tequila and he's like, tequila for tonight?
He came in here and he looked at me. He's like, are you being serious right now? Are you saying tequila for tonight? What?
I can tell you there
And I
will be
was
no
like, "Oh,
beans involved.
I am. I am being serious. Yes. It's
Oh my
what Terry
goodness.
wants. We can't say no to her. It's
Oh, yes, you
impossible.
can. I will say this, there's
I'll
going
be
to be a
watching
lot
like
of
that.
opportunity to grab some screenshots and to snip stuff.
And to sniff stuff. Oh, sniff. I thought you said sniff. And I was like, what is happening? What is
I'm not
happening?
that kind of girl.
All right, Mr. Lessie, let's go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, for the moment, we'll come back to the other topic a little bit later. As we discussed earlier, you've got on various documents, you're a biomechanical engineer, but I've also heard you make reference to biomedical. Can you just tell me what you consider yourself, sir? Is
Sure.
is biomechanical engineer something you consider yourself to be?
Sure. My degrees are in biomedical engineering. The discipline within biomedical engineering that I practice is biomechanics.
Right. And so is it accurate to say that you are a biomechanical engineer?
Yes.
And you say that much in your report, correct?
And the CV and resume I gave you.
Right. Now, in your report, and Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the
Thank you.
page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need your?
I do.
If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report.
Okay.
And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's, medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
Did?
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did?
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated as a civil engineer, you made an analogy, you assessed the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge, you assess the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, right?
Given sufficient data, yes.
So you know do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the second law of motion. And in the second law is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sir, you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were going to ask me numbers, do calculations.
All right, we're going to do that. We need to do it with the court's permission. So
Sorry.
if you feel you need to do that, just let me
You
know.
can just leave it right
All
there.
right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, correct?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, correct?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
Okay. And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 G's of force?
That's what we actually measured.
Right,
in the test.
and can you tell the jury what is meant by G's?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you usually acceleration is measured in feet per second squared. If you divide it by 1G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's. Basically because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of,
Yes.
of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? It's right out of your report.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
In that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
Correct.
So you then, as I understand it, you go to scientific literature and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry.
How many inches?
40. That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Welcome back.
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said. If I did, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated, surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture
Right.
your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So it's a function of the surface. The A value is a function of the surface you hit.
So you're saying acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay, all right.
For an impact, it does.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
May I, Your Honor, grab the report?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can, it's in your report, sir. If you can find it, I'll do it in parallel with you.
Is it number 25?
That's the one I think it is. I just want to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No,
Okay.
just want to get to the, that's it, number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Or can the witness see the document that's being referred
Do
to?
you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to him, Mr. Leslie?
I do not have with me a copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did, can I ask another question? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to compare that number to the number in the study that you cite. If you don't remember, that's okay. We'll just move to the next
Can I
question.
go to my slide?
Whatever you can use to determine what was the percentage that's in the study that you cite in footnote 25 of your report.
Sure. That
Pretty sure
was
that's what you
also
said.
from my presentation that I gave. It's 61.5 for all injuries, 12.7 for fatal injuries.
Thank you.
You're
So I'll
welcome.
repeat my question and then we'll get it in logic. So that study states that head injuries are the most common injury type from motor vehicle collisions, constituting slightly more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions, correct?
That number is correct. You're quoting a sentence. I would want to pull the paper up, but the number is correct.
Okay, so doesn't this article also state that of all head injuries sustained by motor vehicle collisions, only 12.7 of them are fatal?
That does, yes.
Did you mention that only 12.7 are fatal on your direct examination?
It's circled with a red box on my slide.
Did you mention that on your testimony
I
on direct?
thought I did.
This article was published back in 1979, correct?
I believe that's correct.
It's 46 years old, therefore, if I did the math correct, right?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware that given advancements in science since 1979, advancements in medicine, advancements in technology, the currently understood most common injuries as a result of pedestrian motor vehicle collisions are injuries to the lower extremities?
I'd have to see the study. It wouldn't surprise me. Car technology, especially, for example, with pedestrian safety systems, has caused autonomous braking. So you're getting fewer higher severity crashes, which results in a higher propensity for lower extremity injuries. It's the higher extremity crash that causes the head to either slap into the hood or the window and or bounce off, to where if you get the lower severity crashes, you can still maintain a standing posture. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's accurate.
So you would agree that as of January 2022, the most common injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is one to lower extremities?
No, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that date. And again, you have to look at frontals versus rears.
So you contest that the most commonly understood injury as a result of a pedestrian motor vehicle collision is injuries to lower extremities.
Hey, that's about a source.
So I'll allow the question.
So I'd want to see the data. Again, most cars, for example, this Lexus has a pre-collision system in it that will start to apply the brakes if it senses a pedestrian at the front of the car. And so for frontal collisions, it's transitioning, taking what were head injuries, because they're more severe, higher speed crashes, making them lower speed crashes and shifting the injuries to the lower extremities. Just like airbags shifted the head injuries away from the severe ones, and we started getting more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
All right.
Okay, that's simple.
Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion, that was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with a number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no.
Thank
the general
you.
concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
I think it was that really old one, wasn't it? It looked like it was from like the 50s or something. It's 50s or 60s, like old as shit.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So you asked me two questions. You said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury is associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs. The rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually properly called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
Correct.
Fair enough. We'll call it a spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
I think he called
You
it a wing.
stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I'd use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
Oh,
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene. I didn't physically step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser camera showing people around a body. It's slightly north and slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150, 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes,
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road or up on the berm. But for example, where the tire spins on the Lexus, that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then that would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street. Excuse me, on the street or on the side of the road.
Exactly, but when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler and you measured the height, did you know
Absolutely.
that?
Yep.
Where was it? Was it you in that slide?
It was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground to the top for the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration of Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly, because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present testimony on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so, you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So, you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't do
Correct.
either one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it, again, we don't know the exact position of his head.
Did you, in your slide yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down? As I understand it, you're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned like that in any photo you presented to the jury, were you?
I'm trying to make it clear. We don't know his exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm showing the geometry relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own answer that you just gave, correct?
So it was done properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the height, matches the height of the laceration. That is one data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin or spoiler, because you don't have information as you just described.
Sure, it could be from contacting the ground.
Pardon me?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you don't have the information necessary to conclude with any certainty that Mr. O'Keefe at the time of impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me two questions. I absolutely considered the berm. And the second question, when I presented to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned a berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm to the side like this, with the back of the vehicle coming like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is part of what
they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law like you did to the back of the head when he fell, correct?
Correct, if we had more information.
Mr. Leslie, why don't we break here?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So jurors, your lunch is here. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Who's right for the jury?
She said 50 minutes, which means an hour. Because of course it does every time. Oh boy, how are y'all feeling about about all that? Ooh,
Can he say, I don't know?
I don't think so.
Many
I
more
don't think he's
times?
capable of those words.
I know, but he's like, I'm not sure, can't say. I mean, just say, you don't know. It is pure speculation. 100% pure speculation.
Yeah, they don't know where he was standing. Was he?
Mhm.
And I thought Alessi bringing up the berm was really clever because I hadn't thought about that part of it. So, there are some wide eyes in the jury. One juror who has barely moved or shown expression is very attentive during Welcher's answers to Alessi's questions about what he knew. Interesting. Okay. Oh, you got to get the rest of the message there. And didn't know about the location of the vehicle. Yeah. So, like, he's like, I don't know anything. We don't know anything
Yeah.
about what happened. Can you imagine shelling out $400,000
It,
and you don't know nothing?
I mean, I have to just tell you, I'm speechless. And we know that doesn't happen often.
That's true. That's true.
I'm speechless.
Oh my goodness. She always does it, doesn't she? It's so annoying. Especially since we started later today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just very annoying. This guy's going to need a rectal reconstruction.
Yes. I mean, but on the other hand, it gives Alessi more time to think during lunch and come back and do a little more needling.
I mean,
Brennan's being very quiet.
he is being very quiet. Even his objections he's made are like very
Yes.
objection, Your Honor. Can like barely hear him.
Yeah.
Ooh, not great. Not great. Yes, the citizens of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but y'all should be pissed.
They should be.
This is.
I mean, shouldn't tell y'all how to feel, but if it was my county, I would be pissed that you spent that much money.
Mm-hmm.
But because that's just for this trial, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's just for this, for just Aperture was not in the first trial.
Right. So, yowza.
But again, they can't pinpoint how he was standing, where he was standing, where the car even was.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. I mean, no, what he is saying, like, could have been what happened, but it's just as likely as everything else. So,
But let's stop and think of the pictures of John's autopsy and the black eye. I mean, I need him to give me answers of how those injuries happened from that car in the reconstruction.
Yes, there's a lot of reasonable doubt all over the place. And remember, you don't even need that much. They're just knocking it out of the park. Knocking it out of the park. Well, you guys, let's see. Hold on real quick. Let me double check this time. We are going to, what time did they say they'll be back? I haven't said yet. Probably around 2. My time would be my guess because they're late for everything. So what we're going to do is I'm going to portal you guys. We'll be back before they come back from lunch. I promise. Promise. We always keep an eye on it. Sometimes we cut things. Hi, babes. From the show to make sure we will be back. I promise. But I'm going to send you guys over to Terry, who's going to do Midday Missing today, where she is covering 2 missing persons cases in Massachusetts. And so if you guys could watch, share the flyers, all of that. And then after that show's over, you'll be brought back here. Now, if you can't join us over there, okay, you're missing out. But that's okay. People have things to do. I get it. Just make sure you've subscribed and hit the notification bell, and it'll tell you when we start part 2. So you won't miss it that way either. So there's your options. Oh, you guys. I think we need a lunch break. Oh, they said court will be back at 1:50 p.m. So we got time. I think you even got time for Terry's tips today, actually, if you wanted to do them.
I'm not, because I want you, I'm specifically leaving it out during the trial so that you have time to talk with everybody about, because every day except for yesterday, there's been stuff to say. Yesterday was brutal.
Yes,
the
I'll be back around like 1:45 Eastern. So a couple minutes before court is supposed to be back. That way we won't miss anything. So, all right, you guys good? You ready to buckle up? And then we'll go over some stuff after I've had some time to process what is happening today. So thank you, Terry, for being on with me this morning. Same for you, Buff and Amos. Hello, Bibs.
Everybody make sure they tuck their arms in.
Second, and remember, if you can't find us, just find True Crime and Wine Time channel. That's where it is. You don't even have to leave the channel. Okay. All right. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Until then, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.
See you soon.